Jó reggelt kívánok!
Good morning.
Tisztelettel kérem,
I'd like to cordially, respectfully ask you to all please take your seats.
tisztelt vendégeink,
Distinguished guests,
kedves kollégák!
dear colleagues,
Magyar szívem melegében
I would
köszöntöm
like to
kedves mindannyiukat
warmly
Budapesten,
welcome you all here in Budapest
COSAC elnöki
at
találkozón.
the COSAC meeting of the chairpersons,
Unió tanácsa magyar
at this
elnökségének
opening
parlamenti
event
működésének nyitó
in the
eseményén.
parliamentary dimension of the presidency of the Council of the European Union by Hungary. I'd like to thank you all for accepting our cordial invitation. My name is Zoltán Testseli, and I am a chairperson of the European Affairs Committee of the Hungarian National Assembly. It is after 13 years that we have the opportunity to greet members of COSAC here in the upper house, plenary hall of the House of Parliament, which nowadays in contemporary times serves as a conference venue. I would like to inform you all that today we are providing simultaneous interpretation in the English and French languages, and also in accordance with the request, we are providing Italian and Spanish interpretation as well. I'd like to ask all the speakers, prospective speakers, to speak from their seat using the microphone there, and to please respect the interpreters and speak at a normal pace. You do not need to press any buttons. The microphones are going to be operating automatically in accordance with the order of speakers. There will be 90 seconds available for your contributions. According to the House rules, it is forbidden to bring any food or drink into the plenary room. There will be continuous supply of water and coffee outside. We are in a historic building. The technology does not reflect all expectations of the times. We do not have power outlets at your seats. If you wish to charge your electronic devices, you can do that at the entrance to the hall. I'd like to welcome all our speakers. First, Mr. István Jakab, the Deputy Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly. And then also, I'd like to cordially welcome His Excellency János Bóka, Hungarian Minister responsible for European Union affairs, who's going to be speaking on the first agenda item. Also, a warm welcome to Barna Pál Zsigmond, State Secretary, Deputy Minister, also from the same European Union Affairs Ministry. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. István Jakab, Deputy Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly, to deliver his opening remarks and to open this COSAC session, and thereby at the same time to also kick off the parliamentary dimension of the Hungarian presidency. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please proceed. The floor is yours.
Distinguished Mr. Chair, dear Mr. Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I wish to welcome to our first conference of the meeting of the chairpersons of COSAC in the framework of the Parliamentary Cooperation for the Hungarian Presidency of the Council of the European Union in the second half of 2024. Thank you for accepting our invitation. As Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, I have received the honor to hold the opening of the meeting and to welcome you at the Parliament on behalf of Mr. László Kövér, Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly. Some of you may have already been here in 2011 when Hungary held the presidency for the first time, and the National Assembly organized the meeting of the chairpersons of COSAC in February 2011. The National Assembly already then paid special attention to strengthening interparliamentary cooperation, and it continues to focus on it now with the EU Presidency parliamentary events being the main arena. Among these, the most important is COSAC, the longest-standing permanent interparliamentary conference recognized and named in the EU's founding treaties. Overall, the National Assembly's aim remains to give national parliaments, as the custodians of popular sovereignty, a greater role in influencing EU policies and to promote the application of and respect for the principle of subsidiarity in the EU. And COSAC plays a key role in achieving all that. Allow me to briefly inform you about our interparliamentary events related to the Hungarian presidency. In 2024, we shall organize a total of 6 interparliamentary events. 5 will be hosted by the Parliament, and 1 shall take place in Brussels. Among the events in Budapest, the 72nd COSAC plenary meeting will take place between the 27th and 29th of October at the House of Parliament. In the second half of the year, the Hungarian National Assembly, as the national parliament of the country holding the presidency of the Council, will hold the so-called coordinating presidency for a year, supporting the cooperation between the EU's parliamentary speakers. As part of this, we will also organize the Conference of Speakers of the Parliaments of the European Union in May 2025. We have already informed your parliaments of the date of events, and updates are available on the National Assembly's EU Presidency website, where you can also follow the conferences live. Dear fellow members of Parliament, at today's conference, First Minister János Bóka will inform you about the 7 priorities and the program of the Hungarian presidency. After that, you will have the opportunity to discuss the current issues of the Western Balkans and Eastern enlargement, which are of particular importance for Hungary and the European Union as a whole, with Commissioner Oliver Várhelyi and State Secretary Péter Sztáray. This year is particularly significant as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the accession of Hungary and 9 other countries to the EU. I am confident that the Hungarian presidency will succeed in giving the enlargement process a boost and that the European Union will be able to welcome new members in the upcoming period. Dear colleagues, I myself am an agricultural expert, therefore allow me to share with you a few thoughts on the priorities of the Hungarian presidency in relation to the priority of a farmer-centered EU agricultural policy. European agriculture has perhaps never faced so many challenges as it does nowadays. Extraordinary weather conditions caused by climate change, increased input costs, imports from third countries, and over-ambitious tightening of production regulations have severely eroded the competitiveness of the sector, and combined, these factors are now threatening the livelihoods of European farmers. Agriculture should not be seen as the cause of climate change, but as part of the solution. And the farming community in Europe and in Hungary has already done a lot in that respect. Adaptation has become more important in the rapidly changing environment, but that is impossible without modern tools. I believe that farmers should be encouraged to adopt more sustainable production practices and that EU agricultural policy should be made farmer-centered. Our farmers provide essential public goods for all EU citizens by guaranteeing food security, and therefore guaranteeing food sovereignty and food security must be part of the EU strategic autonomy. A competitive, crisis-resilient, sustainable, farmer-friendly and knowledge-based European agriculture is needed to shape the post-2027 EU agricultural policy. A balance must be struck between the strategic objectives of the European Green Deal, stabilizing agricultural markets, and ensuring a fair standard of living for the farming population. All that is reflected in the objectives of the Hungarian presidency. One of the biggest problems I see is the extraordinary administrative burden associated with the agricultural subsidy system, and it is no coincidence that the demands of the farmers' protests include cutting red tape. Developing a farmer-friendly EU regulatory environment is essential. Encouraging generational renewal and preserving Europe's traditional rural way of life must also be considered a priority, since that is a prerequisite for our future plans for sustaining agricultural production and for preserving livable rural areas. In addition to this, we must also take further measures to reduce food waste. This is also one of the top priorities of the Hungarian EU presidency. It is vital that the EU is able to provide healthy food for its population and maintain its role in feeding the world. We must continue to stand up for a GMO-free and fight to restore balanced and fair market competition across Europe. In this respect, I believe it is essential that food from outside the EU must also meet the same conditions as products produced within the EU. This is the only way to protect the competitiveness of Hungarian and European farmers, and we cannot compromise on that. In the upcoming 6 months, the Hungarian presidency will work to ensure that the Council provides political guidance to the incoming European Commission on the post-2027 rules for EU agricultural policy in order to create a competitive, crisis-resilient and farmer-friendly European agriculture. I trust that we can count on the support of your Parliament in establishing a farmer-centred EU agricultural policy and in implementing the other priorities of the presidency. I wish you a meaningful exchange of views. Welcome to Budapest. Thank you for your kind attention.
Nagyon köszönjük elnök úr köszöntőjét és helyzetértékelését. Most engedjék meg, hogy
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your Mr. Vice Speaker.
első teendőnk a mai találkozó napirendjének.
Now we'll turn to the procedural and other issues. The first order of business is to adopt the agenda for today's meeting.
Szerint két téma.
At today's meeting, 2 items will be discussed according to the posted agenda. Firstly, the program and priorities of the Hungarian presidency of the Council, and second, there's the second item on the agenda, the state of play of the EU enlargement policy. The Troika meeting yesterday approved the agenda for today's meeting. Are there perhaps any comments, notes on that? I don't see any. I therefore consider the agenda adopted.
COSAC elnökségi trojka találkozó
Yesterday's COSAC Presidency Troika meeting
Európai Parlament delegációja,
was attended by a delegation from the newly formed European Parliament, a delegation from the Polish Sejm and Senate, and a delegation from the Belgian Parliament,
Magyar Országgyűlés
and naturally a delegation from the Hungarian National Assembly.
dr. Hörcsik
I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Richard Hörcsik,
alapító elnökének,
founding chairman of the European Affairs Committee of the National Assembly, my dear friend, for hosting the event,
hajón eltöltött
and also the banquet on the Danube River, on the boats on the Danube River that followed.
a COSAC elnök.
During the course of the Troika meeting, the draft agendas for the COSAC presidential and the October COSAC plenary meetings were reviewed, and there was a brief report on
Parlamentközi
further interparliamentary events to be organized during the Hungarian presidency.
COSAC plenáris ülés
The draft agenda for the 72nd COSAC plenary session has already been sent to the delegations. We plan to discuss 4 topics there in total. On the first day, in addition to the presentation of the Hungarian EU Presidency program, the State of the Union and the Year of Institutional Change and the experience of the 15 years of the application of the Lisbon Treaty shall be reviewed. And on the second day of the plenary session, a separate agenda will be devoted to security and defense policy, in addition to demographic issues. From the Hungarian side, Prime Minister Viktor Orbán and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Mr. Péter Szijjártó, received an invitation, and also State Secretaries Pál Zsigmond Barna and Ágnes Hornung. Now, as is custom, allow me to welcome my fellow committee chairs who are attending the COSAC Chairpersons meeting for the first time. Mr. Telmo Faria, on behalf of the Portuguese Parliament, Ms. Mirella Fortuna, on behalf of the Romanian Chamber, and Mr. Peter de Roover, Speaker of the Belgian Chamber of Representatives, and Mr. Yunus Omage, Vice President of the European Parliament. I would also like to inform COSAC members that the Presidency has received a total of 4 requests to participate as other participants from the parliaments of Switzerland, Norway, the United Kingdom and Kosovo. In consultation with the Troika, we have made it possible to attend for all 4 requests, both on this meeting and in the October plenary. A further letter has arrived from Riga, and the Latvian committee chairperson cancelled his participation for political reasons, making reference to the visits abroad by Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán in early July. As it has been said yesterday at the Troika meeting, I would similarly like to confirm today that Viktor Orbán, during his peace mission, visited Kyiv, Moscow, Beijing and the United States as the Prime Minister of Hungary, and informed the President and members of the European Council about all that. Finally, allow me to briefly outline the main topics of the COSAC biannual report. The 42nd biannual report consists of 3 chapters in total. Chapter 1 focuses on the role of national parliaments in EU affairs. The second chapter observes the European Commission's demographic toolkit, and the third chapter is about EU enlargement. COSAC biannual reports will be distributed to COSAC members during the course of this week, and we expect the completed questionnaires to be back by the 18th of September 2024. This brings us to the end of procedural issues, and we are ready for the first session of our meeting today. Once again, may I welcome Mr. János Bóka, Minister for European Union Affairs. Mr. Minister, please, the floor is yours at the lectern.
Dear Chair, dear members, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on the 1st of July, Hungary began its 6-month rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, which will run until December 2024. It is the second time after 2011 that we take on this responsibility. It wasn't easy in 2011. In the aftermath of the financial and economic crisis, managing the impact of the Arab Spring, and coping with the Fukushima disaster. But today, it is even more difficult. There is an open war in our immediate neighborhood, following Russia's attack on Ukraine, that brings back the darkest memories of the 20th century. The war is a stark reminder that Europe is far from being able to provide for its own security, and its defense industry is not able to provide for the European armed forces. The economic crisis that followed the COVID-19 pandemic is still far from being over, and Europe's economic competitiveness is still declining. The challenges posed by illegal migration are also mounting, with arrivals now again close to the level we witnessed in 2015. The European agriculture lost perspective and competitiveness in some areas and fails to provide many European farmers with a decent living. We are also, after the European Parliament elections, in the middle of the institutional transition and at the start of the new institutional cycle. This brings the responsibility for the Presidency to facilitate a smooth institutional transition. But it also brings the responsibility to start strategic policy discussions about the direction the new institutional cycle should take based upon the strategic agenda adopted in June this year. For me, the message of the European Parliament elections is the call for change. The debate is open how far-reaching these changes should be, and in some cases the direction of change is also disputed. But it is clear that Europeans expect better from the European Union. Besides the administrative responsibilities of the Presidency, we also have a political responsibility towards the Europeans and the European Union. And this responsibility lies in listening to the call of the European citizens and channeling their voices in the decision-making process. Of course, as Presidency, we are not making the decisions. But if we pretend that European politics can go on like business as usual, we are failing our citizens and we are betraying their hopes and expectations. What are the changes our Presidency will work to facilitate? First, we need a new European competitiveness deal. In the current international context of multiple challenges, where Europe is lagging behind its global competitors, it is vital to improve the productivity and the competitiveness of the Union and its member states and to stimulate growth. It is in our common interest to address the effects of the difficult economic circumstances of the recent years, such as high inflation, increased public debt, high energy prices, fragmentation of international supply chains, or lower European productivity and slower growth compared to our competitors. Therefore, the Hungarian Presidency will place a strong emphasis on improving European competitiveness, integrating this objective into all policies by applying a holistic approach. Our aim is to contribute to the development of a technology-neutral industrial strategy, a framework for boosting European productivity, an open economy and international economic cooperation, as well as flexible labor market that creates secure jobs and offers rising wages in Europe, which is a crucial factor to growth and competitiveness. Second, we will work on the reinforcement of the European defense policy. The ongoing and emerging conflicts on the continent and around the world clearly demonstrate that Europe needs to significantly improve its defense capabilities, international crisis management responsiveness and capacities. Beyond defense policy alliances and cooperation, the European Union must play a greater role in guaranteeing its own security by strengthening its resilience and capacity to act. Bearing this in mind, the Hungarian Presidency will place particular emphasis on strengthening the European defense, technological and industrial base, including defense innovation and the enhancement of defense procurement cooperation between member states, beyond the implementation of the strategic compass that defines the main directions of EU defence policy. Third, we will maintain a consistent and merit-based enlargement policy in respect of all accession countries. Enlargement is one of the most successful policies of the European Union. To preserve this favourable tendency, it is essential to keep enlargement policy merit-based, balanced and credible. The case of Ukraine is special in the sense that besides its accession process, the European Union provides wide-ranging and complex support for Ukraine in its fight against aggression, to restore its territorial integrity and international legal order. The Hungarian Presidency will do its part through the speedy management of related files, including the proposed loan to Ukraine, by using the windfall profit on certain Russian frozen assets as collateral. EU support complements national assistance measures to Ukraine. In this context, it is worth mentioning that Hungary implements the biggest humanitarian assistance program in Ukraine in its history. Hungary received more than 1.4 million Ukrainians since the outbreak of the war. More than 40% of Ukraine's electricity import goes through Hungary, as it has the largest interconnector to Ukraine and provides frequency control for its electricity grid. Hungary has the only pipeline connection to Ukraine, where refined oil products are shipped towards Ukraine, and we provide more than 10% of the Ukrainian diesel oil consumption, and also more than 10% of its natural gas consumption. We also welcome progress by Moldova, and will support them on their path to EU membership. The country showed remarkable resilience and commitment. I also commend Georgia for their European choice and for the progress they have made. I believe it is important to continue our dialogue and keep the country anchored in the European structures. Now I turn to the Western Balkans. The European Union has long been engaged in ensuring a European perspective for the Western Balkans, as the community cannot be complete without the accession of this region. We promised a European perspective to the Western Balkans more than 20 years ago. The region's integration benefits the EU in economic, security, and geopolitical terms. To further broaden and deepen our cooperation, we will invite our partners to consultations both in the framework of the EU Western Balkans Summit and the European political community. Besides the management of the accession process, we will continue exploring the possibilities of the concept of gradual integration, that is allowing access to and participation in EU programs, projects, networks and initiatives pending full membership. This is, of course, not a substitute for membership, but a tool to promote convergence and build political trust and political ownership needed to accelerate the accession process. In addition, we will continue implementing the Ukraine facility, as well as the growth plan for the Western Balkans, hopefully with the first advance payments happening already during our presidency. Fourth, we will work on the challenges of illegal migration. The migratory pressure that Europe has been facing for several years is not only a challenge to the Union as a whole, but also places a huge burden on individual member states, especially those at the external borders of the Union. It has been a long-term objective of the EU to tackle this, which requires effective instruments and immediate intervention. In order to find the appropriate solutions, closer cooperation with countries bordering the EU is indispensable, as well as with the key countries of origin and transit. In addition, illegal migration and human smuggling must be curbed. In this respect, the Hungarian Presidency will pay particular attention to the external dimension of migration, including efficient cooperation with relevant third countries, more effective returns, and innovative solutions for rules on asylum. In addition, during the follow-up on the implementation of the annual priorities of the Schengen cycle, we intend to highlight the importance of external border protection and the need for EU funds for this purpose. Fifth, we will facilitate discussions on shaping the future of cohesion policy. To ensure harmonious and balanced development in the Union, it is essential for Europe to reduce regional disparities, as well as to enhance economic, social, and territorial cohesion. A well-structured cohesion policy is the key instrument in this regard. Cohesion policy, as the main investment policy of the European Union, has proven successful for decades in achieving the objectives enshrined in the treaties. However, as the 9th Cohesion Report points out, there are still significant development gaps between member states and even within regions, considering that more than a quarter of the EU's population lives in regions not reaching 75% of the Union's average development level. The convergence of these regions is not only crucial in terms of fully utilizing the competitiveness potential of the EU, but is also essential for the proper functioning of the single market. The Hungarian presidency will aim for a high-level strategic debate on the future of cohesion policy, including its role in promoting competitiveness and employment, as well as in addressing demographic challenges. Six, we initiate a refocusing of the common agricultural policy as a farmer-centered EU agricultural policy, as outlined by the Deputy Speaker in his opening remarks. Finally, we will contribute to a discussion on addressing demographic challenges. The accelerating aging of European societies, unsustainable social welfare systems, and labor shortages are long-standing and intensifying problems in all of Europe that need to be addressed urgently and effectively. These problems have become increasingly important for the competitiveness of the EU and the sustainability of public finances. The Hungarian presidency, fully respecting the competencies of member states, wishes to draw attention to these challenges, and the Commission's demographic toolbox, published in October 2023, provides a good basis for that. Besides the core priorities of our presidency, we will be active in all areas where the European Union is called upon to act. The malicious incidents that have recently affected our democracies have highlighted the need to take appropriate steps to protect our citizens and our electoral processes from foreign interference. The Hungarian presidency is ready to take this dialogue forward by fully respecting the competencies and sovereignty of the member states. In light of the disturbing events that took place in Europe recently, it is also appropriate to strengthen the fight against anti-Semitism in all its forms and manifestations. Therefore, the Hungarian presidency will also take up the fight against anti-Semitism, especially by focusing on fostering Jewish life, and will pay special attention to regular exchanges of views on this issue. Beyond justice and home affairs, the Hungarian presidency intends to continue cooperation in the fields of education and culture, involving a wide range of actors. The Hungarian presidency aims to promote the protection of the rights of individuals belonging to national minorities. The presidency will organize discussions on how the European Union can make better use of the available instruments and opportunities within its competencies, for example, in the framework of cooperation with the Council of Europe. The Hungarian presidency will also aim to facilitate the finalization of the Schengen enlargement process, in particular by fostering a consensus in the Council on the lifting of border controls at the internal land borders of Romania and Bulgaria. The Hungarian presidency is to adopt the COP29 Council conclusions that form the basis of the European position at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. In representing the coordinated position of the EU and its member states at COP29, the Hungarian presidency will strive to put as much emphasis as possible on encouraging climate action by third countries, as well as to take into account the security aspects of climate change, and to facilitate that the conference delivers a tangible, ambitious and realistic result. Hungary will work as an honest broker in the spirit of sincere cooperation between member states and institutions, for the peace, security and prosperity of a truly strong Europe. I cannot promise you miracles, but I can promise you that we will work for creating the conditions to take small steps forward. And in the European Union, this is already some kind of a miracle. I thank you for your attention, and I am, of course, at your disposal for questions, comments, and suggestions.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for your presentation on the priorities of the Hungarian EU presidency. On the basis of preliminary indications, 28 requests to intervene have been received, but it is also possible to register additional requests on the spot in writing at the registration desk until closure. The speaking time limit is 1.5 minutes, that is 90 seconds. Please take that into consideration. At the end of the allocated time, I will indicate that with ringing the little bell, 10 minutes after which your microphone shall be switched off. Speakers must speak from their seats, standing up, using the small microphone that can be clipped to your collar. The floor first goes to members of the Troika, first to Mr. Omerjé.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Ministre,
Distinguished Mr. Chair, first of all, allow me to thank you on behalf of the European Parliament for the excellent hospitality that received us here in Budapest, and allow me to share with you that for the European Parliament, dialogue and free and honest dialogue with national parliaments is of essential importance, because it is of essential significance for the vitality of democracy in Europe. Your program means the continuation of previous presidencies and provides a basis for future presidencies, concentrating on the challenges of the future and concentrating on the new geopolitical conditions in Europe and in the world, which is coming to existence before our very eyes. I am referring primarily to the demographic challenge taking place before our eyes and the security and independence requirements of Europe, not to mention the cohesion of the values of Europe. You can count on the European Parliament in paying full attention to the recommendations of the various national parliaments so that we can establish the new European norms. Mr. Minister, allow me to wish a lot of success for Hungary, for the presidency. Thank you very much. The floor now goes to Mr. de Roover.
Dear colleagues, dear Chair, first of all, thank you for receiving us in these, I can say, beautiful surroundings. In line with the priorities set forward by the Belgian presidency, the Hungarian presidency will also focus on industrial and common EU defense policy. I think these are very important issues, and I thank you for bringing them forth this way. During the Belgian presidency, the European Industrial Summit was held in Antwerp, which happens to be my hometown. So I think it's something that we should try to improve, and in line with the European Commission's plan to strengthen the Union's industrial defense capabilities, the recent European Council demonstrates the EU's will to create an integrated industrial defense base. I also think that it's a good thing that it is on your priority list. Of course, a few months ago, we have witnessed the finalization of the migration and asylum package, and I think the new pact on migration and asylum must result in more resources for Frontex and a more clear policy towards this big and very important issue. If I may add to this all, allow me to add a concern. The European project, to be successful, it is essential that it is not associated with ivory towers where anonymous bureaucrats take decisions secluded from everyday citizens. So let subsidiarity be our element to also your presidency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to head of the Polish delegation, Patrick Gabriel.
Ladies and gentlemen, probably not everyone in this beautiful room knows that every 23rd of March we celebrate in our countries Day of the Friendship of Hungary and Poland. And we strongly believe that it's easier for us when we believe that our friendship is founded on one of the most important values of United Europe, which is freedom. This special time also requires from us unwavering loyalty to all those who have to face attacks by enemies of United Europe. The Hungarian presidency can count on Poland's support in its actions to maintain comprehensive support for Ukraine and to continue sanctions policy towards aggressors. At the same time, we share the view that it is necessary to strengthen European defense policy, to strengthen the European technological and industrial base of defense sector, and to ensure that financing of these challenges in order to ensure the security of a united and free Europe. We believe that the key to meeting all challenges in faith in the potential of a united Europe, courage, and joint work of all nations of European Union. We hope that in addition to support for Ukraine, we expect the Hungarian presidency to perform its activities in a manner consistent with the values of the EU, in spirit of mutual trust and loyal cooperation, in order to ensure the unity.
Köszönjük szépen, Juhász Hajnalkát illeti a szó.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Hajnalka Juhász.
Dear Minister, the Hungarian presidency is really committed for sincere cooperation with member countries and EU institutions. Having regard to the Court of Justice jurisprudence, this obligation not just on member countries but also EU institutions. We saw that the new elected European Parliament made an outrageous decisions as a consequence with an agreement with EPPs, Liberals, Greens and Socialists, which stripped out the third biggest political parties, which is highly important, patriots for Europe, leaving without posts and positions, which is ignoring the basic principles of rule of procedures of the European Parliament itself, and also the fair representation of the European Parliament. How do you see, considering as your position as a minister, this process can be tackled with a view of the European Parliament itself to respect the rule of law? Thank you very much indeed.
Köszönjük szépen.
Thank you very much. The floor now goes to Mr. Kovalec.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, for us, the priorities of the Hungarian presidency come and meet our own anxieties and priorities, the Greek priorities. I mean, reinforcing European competitiveness with the New Deal. Initiatives that strengthen the small and medium enterprises. Initiatives that help prices to go down within the internal market. Initiatives that reinforce the European defense policy and strategy, in addition to the European industry, of course. Initiatives that give us hope about the demographic issues that are turned to be a very important problem for all EU countries. Initiatives concerning the enlargement of the EU towards Eastern Europe and the Western Balkans are not only welcome, but are in the Greek focus, and we're going to work all together in order to advance in these fields. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen. Az osztrák delegáció.
Thank you very much, head of the Austrian delegation, Mr. Engelberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues. The major priorities of the Hungarian presidency program also correspond with topics that are important for Austria. Let me briefly comment on a few points. It's important that curbing illegal immigration is high on the agenda. The promotion of competitiveness, as already mentioned in the form of the new European competitiveness deal, is also to be welcomed. I'm also pleased that the enlargement policy is a high priority of the Hungarian presidency. The fight against anti-Semitism is particularly important, an important concern of Austria. I'm therefore delighted that this topic has a prominent place in the presidency program. The horrific attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023, the upside-down turning of realities against Israel, and the worrying rise in anti-Semitism in Europe are our concern. Anti-Semitism is deeply anti-democratic, must not have a place neither in Austria nor in the EU, regardless of its nature or origin, whether it's coming from Islamist groups, from the left or the right. Finally, I would like to address the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine and emphasize how important it is that we continue the support for Ukraine. Failure to do so would mean the end of a free Ukraine, which must not allow to happen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hofreiter úr következik Németországból.
Mr. Hofreiter from Germany.
Thanks a lot. I totally agree that enlargement is a very important priority for the next time. But yesterday we talked about, and the member of your committee explains that very important is that Europe acts united. And when we look that Europe acts united, we come to the travel of Mr. Orban. And he traveled to Russia, he traveled to China, which nothing was talked to the European institutions, talked to other important members of the European Union. And so it was not a mission to ensure peace, but it was a mission to hamper that we come to peace in Ukraine. It was a mission in the end which will encourage Russia to attack even more Ukraine, and it was a mission that doesn't help peace, Ukraine and Europe at all. And I expect on the Commission of the European Affairs and your Parliament that you make it totally clear, because parliaments are the first power in every democratic country, that you make it totally clear to Mr. Orban when he acts this way, he causes big problems to whole of Europe, and that's not in according to the presidency of the European Union. Thank you.
Mr. Kadek from France.
Monsieur le ministre, chers collègues, je souhaiterais d'abord remercier le Parlement hongrois pour la qualité de son accueil et la parfaite organisation de cette réunion. C'est avec beaucoup d'émotion que je viens ici à Budapest, 20 ans après l'adhésion de la Hongrie à l'Union européenne. Votre pays prend le relais de la Belgique à la présidence du Conseil à un moment charnière où l'Union européenne vient de renouveler son Parlement. Dans ce semestre de transition, la Hongrie a annoncé vouloir jouer un rôle d'honnête courtier pour faire face aux nombreux défis que l'Europe doit affronter. Il reviendra donc à votre présidence, quand les institutions européennes seront en ordre de marche, de contribuer à initier la mise en œuvre de ce nouveau programme stratégique. Mais dans l'immédiat, la première des priorités est de soutenir l'Ukraine face à l'agression de la Russie. Face à cette guerre, nous avons la responsabilité, nous les Européens, de nous montrer unis et solidaires. Car l'Ukraine lutte aussi pour défendre les valeurs de l'Europe, nos valeurs, la démocratie et les droits de l'homme. Plus généralement, face à la Russie et aux autres puissances émergentes, et compte tenu des incertitudes de la politique étrangère américaine, on ne sait pas ce qui va se passer en novembre, il est impératif que l'Union européenne parle d'une seule voix et se dote d'une politique étrangère commune. Ce n'est que de cette manière que l'Union européenne pourra s'affirmer comme un véritable acteur de la scène internationale. Nous comptons donc, Monsieur le Ministre, sur la présidence hongroise pour préserver l'union des Européens et promouvoir des avancées sur les questions de défense et de sécurité. Et nous ne doutons pas une seconde de cette volonté. Merci.
Köszönjük szépen a jelzést a tolmácsolás.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jan Ferenczak from Slovakia.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, Slovak Republic welcomes Hungary's ambitions regarding its presidency. We fully support the adoption of a new European competitiveness agreement which would ensure better conditions for economic development and create conditions for sustainable growth. Furthermore, we support the maintenance of the cohesion policy for the next financial framework as a key part of the regional development. We appreciate Hungary's effort to find a real solution to the migration crisis. Instead of compulsory solidarity, we believe that closer cooperation with origin and transit countries, as well as effective solutions of asylum rules and European funding are essential. We support the enlargement of the European Union as well as Hungary. I am glad that we agree on this matter, that the accession process should be fair and based on merits. Lastly, I would like to wish the Hungarian presidency a lot of success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your wishes. Mr. Dessenburg gets the floor next from the Netherlands.
Thank you. Dear members, the Netherlands supports the priority of the presidency program, and especially the holistic approach as pointed out by Mr. Boca. So thank you, and we praise you for this, because this will lead to a strong and prosperous Europe. But the ongoing war in the East is a threat to the success of this program on all points. And therefore, I salute Prime Minister Orban's action to try and accomplish peace talks on both sides. Because polarity must stop. Europe needs peace. Europe must be a united continent of strong and sovereign states. And dear members, let me leave you with a quote of John Lennon. What if it was a war and no one went? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The head of the Cypriot delegation, Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, first of all, let me thank the Hungarian presidency for its warm hospitality, and let me express my best wishes for a very successful presidency. The priorities of the Hungarian presidency are also priorities shared by Cyprus, and quite rightly so, include the ongoing war in Ukraine, but also I think there is another matter that we should address, that would be the crisis in the Middle East. Now, our support for the war in Ukraine must be staunch, unwavering, and steadfast. An invasion of a sovereign country, the use of force to kill and violate, have no place in our set of values, because if we compromise our set of values, we will be compromising the European Union itself. I think that we should also address the crisis in the Middle East. Please let no one for a moment think that the Middle East is far away from Europe. Cyprus only lies a couple of 100 miles away from the Middle East. But let me just remind everyone that the war in Syria in 2011 held the beginning of the greatest refugee crisis the EU has ever since. I'm also very proud that my country, Cyprus, took part in the Amalthea project, which was the largest humanitarian effort to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza. And for my closing remark, let me just say, Mr. President, that 2024 marks a very solemn memento for the Republic of Cyprus. It's 50 years of Turkish occupation. And according to our values, an invasion of a country is an invasion, whether it took place in Ukraine in 2022, whether it took place in Cyprus in May 1974, an invasion is an invasion, and the European Union.
Mr. Bon San Pietro.
Köszönöm szépen.
And just 4 bullet points and 1 comment. Now we are starting a new political period, 5 years at the European Parliament, and also you are taking over your presidency. The voters, what did they say in June? First, more deep political integration, mutualization of debt with the next generation EU funds, federalization. This was the first message. More deep integration. Second one, which is the elephant in the room, more united response to the crisis, to Ukraine, to COVID, to vaccines. Unity, which is key. Third point, more green integration and digital integration. It's not against climate change, it's with and for climate change. More social Europe, really, more social Europe. This is what voters want. And the last thing regarding migration, Europe needs more than 50 million migrants if we want to avoid demographic suicide before 2050. So it's important to think how we're going to solve this demographic suicide, not just saying that we need more walls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Mr. Kadek if he wants to reiterate his speech, because we had no interpretation from French to English. If you answer in the next round, I would like to ask him. And now, Madam Fortuna, the floor is yours from Romania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to congratulate Hungary on taking over the presidency of the EU Council. We are pleased to take note that the completion of the Schengen expansion process before the end of this year is listed among the priorities of the Hungarian presidency. I would like to point out that lifting air border controls for Romania and Bulgaria is insufficient. Romania incurs economic losses at least 2% of its GDP because it is not allowed to join the Schengen area, which affects Romanian companies and people. Romania's full accession to the Schengen area will certainly increase our common security within the European Union, and several reasons support this statement. First, Romanian authorities are taking active part in the management of the external borders of the European Union. Also, Romanian authorities operate all Schengen standards and maintain an integrated border security system able to ensure a high level of border control, benefiting its own citizens as well as European citizens. Moreover, the way the vast influx of people fleeing the war in Ukraine was handled also proves it. Last year, Romanian authorities have participated in the pilot project in the field of asylum, returns, border management, and international cooperation set up with the European Commission. In conclusion, what we demand is equal treatment equal treatment for our citizens when it comes to the free movement in Europe, and equal free treatment for all member states, taking into account that all the technical conditions for full memberships in the Schengen area are fulfilling by Romania and Bulgaria. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen. Akkor azt a visszajelzést kaptam, hogy Kadek úr meg fogja ismételni.
I have been told that Mr. Kadek wishes to repeat his contribution. Mr. Giulio Brigna from Italy.
Grazie Presidente e grazie onorevoli colleghi. Le priorità.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, distinguished participants. Among the priorities of Italy, there are also the same priorities that the Hungarian presidency has set for itself. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude for the reception, the warm welcome in this wonderful city, in this wonderful hall. Of course, in Italy, we are first and foremost confronted with migration policy and with the issue of strengthening our southern borders. And in this respect, we would like to emphasize that thanks to the very effective intervention of the Italian government, albeit the influx, the number of immigrants arriving has declined substantially, but this continues to be an issue that impacts not only Italy, but the whole of Europe. We are on the opinion that we need to return to Europe that is managing its affairs along lines the applicable directives. Directives seems to have disappeared from the daily work. The European Commission tends to only think in terms of regulations. So we would very much like to return to the principle of applying directives. There was some discussion on this in Brussels, and the Italian delegation has spoken on this, and I'd like to emphasize again, this is extremely important. And unfortunately here the interpretations.
Köszönjük szépen a finn delegáció.
Thank you very much. Head of the Finnish delegation next. Igen, tisztelt elnök úr, igen, tisztelt európai barátaim, az európai
Peace project. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, we thought that democracy had won. Europe continued to unite, and nothing external was believed to be able to threaten us. But we were wrong. Russian war crimes take place in Ukraine, but the attack is against all of us in the free world. At such a time, Europe should be more united than ever, because only united we can overcome the difficulties we face. I have no complaints on the presidency's agenda otherwise, but unfortunately, I must state, as the German colleague did, that the actions of the presidency's prime minister have been irresponsible, inappropriate, and have divided Europe. Such actions serve only the interest of Russia and others who want to seek weak and divided Europe. Many of our colleagues have not traveled to this meeting because of this. Hopefully, the presidency acts in the future in a way that unites us, not divides us. Thank you.
Mr. Terzi di Sant'Agata. I'm sorry. Mr. Kadek is to take the floor from France again.
D'accord.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is often said it's better to actually repeat yourself than to contradict yourself, and sometimes you do have to act as a parrot and keep repeating yourself. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Hungarian National Assembly for this quite perfect organization and the hospitality that we've been accorded. 20 years after Hungary's accession, I have now again traveled to this country at a very important moment when the Hungarian presidency is taking over the office of the rotating presidency. It is important that Hungary should play an important role in this period of multiple challenges, to be able to find solutions, that we should be able to implement the new strategic programs. The first priority is, of course, to support Ukraine against the Russian invasion. This is very important, that we show solidarity and that we come together. Ukraine is protecting, defending European values, our values, freedom and human rights. However, the uncertainties of all other foreign policy actors is also strengthening in us the belief that the European stance should be strong and coordinated, and that we should show an active presence in this sense. I'd like to welcome the intent of the Hungarian presidency to also work for progress in terms of security and defense issue, and I'd like to thank all my Francophone colleagues for listening to me again. I thank Mr. Kadek and I thank him for understanding and repeating his contribution. Mr. Terzidik Santagata.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I believe that we have already a common ground here, which has been reinforced by the previous intervention and your interventions, Mr. President, Mr. Minister. That is the need, the appeal to cohesion and unity. This appeal must be heard, must be implemented even in a stronger way than we ever have done up to now. Because there are two wars, one on the European territory, the other in the Middle East, very close to us, and not, even if it were not very close, it's a terrible war. In these two challenges that us Europeans we are facing, there is a need to distinguish the victim from the aggressor, and to give every possible help to the victim to defend itself with respect of humanitarian laws, but also with the full knowledge of the international law is for the victim, and we must be there. I would like also to commend the main objectives stated by the Hungarian presidency as far as concerned enlargement and migrations especially. And on migration, I would like to pinpoint the importance of the initiative that the Italian government has launched with the Mattei plan, which is a plan devoted to Africa. It is important that finally the European Union is serious and coherent in looking south, also looking at the Mediterranean, to look into the southern regions, and to understand that migration is a question of partnership among equals and partnership for training, formation, and common projects in Africa. Thank you very much.
Conde López úr következik. Mr. Conde López, you're next. Thank you very much for the Hungarian presidency and for all members of the trio. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the representatives of Belgium and Poland as well. We agree with the main priorities determined by the Hungarian presidency. The relationship seems very important to us, and I wish to share that with Mr. Minister. So this relationship, this contact between the Green Pact and competitiveness. We believe that the competitiveness of industry is of key importance and the competitiveness of agriculture likewise. And we continue to believe that we must take steps ahead in the field of security policy. Within COSAC, we must stand up for the promotion of the parliamentary dimension, and we must have a clear position on the Ukrainian crisis, and we must put an end to Russian aggression. We believe that this is indispensable within the framework of the European Union. And finally, as for the issue of migration, we believe that cooperation is of key importance between the stakeholder countries in relation to the migration and asylum. Pakistan, we must do everything in our power to maintain the rule of law within the European Union. Therefore, we believe that we must support liberal democracies in the whole of Europe. Thank you very much. The floor now goes to the German representative.
As a member of the German Bundesrat from the East German land, Saxony-Anhalt, my point still is the future of cohesion policy. We shall not forget cohesion policy is not nice to have. It is the EU's most visible instrument at the regional and local level. It's crucial that decisions of use of funds are made at regional level, thus reflecting territorial diversity in the EU and fostering subsidiarity in practice. The Bundesrat calls for cohesion policy to be continued in all regions. More developed regions and transition regions face major transformation challenges too. Steps must be taken to ensure regions do not fall behind, giving rise to new regional disparities, particularly as a result of major transformation challenges. I want to emphasize that the investment and funding needs will continue to grow and that funding therefore needs to be increased for all funds in order to achieve the long-term objectives of cohesion policies after 2027. The extensive administration burden needs to be eased in cohesion policy in future. For the Bundesrat, I call on the EU to present an indicative timetable for adoption of the regulations as early as possible. Thank you.
Edward Zamet-Lewis has the floor next.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you for hosting us in this magnificent building. 4 concise points. One mentioned by the Honourable Minister, a new competitiveness deal for the European Union. We need to revisit our competitive policies to remain a global player, but above all to make European Union more closer to our citizens, more closer to our micro enterprises and SMEs. Second point, migration. As my Italian honourable colleague said, we need to give importance to the Mediterranean, to the southern dimension, as well as to other areas such as the eastern dimension, but we need to understand that migration is a common problem, a common challenge for all EU member states. Third point, Ukraine. Ukraine, we need more to speak, as my Spanish colleague said, with one voice, with a united voice, and to ensure with other international partners continuity and sustainability and credibility of our assistance. On the same line as my Cypriot colleague said, we need to give importance as well to what is happening in Israel and the Israel-Palestine conflict, and we need to push, Malta was one of the pioneers, we need to push a two-state solution. To conclude, we just celebrated 20 years of Hungary-Malta European accession, so we are totally in favor with a merit-based approach. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Mr. Honing from Ireland.
Chair, colleagues, Ireland wishes the Hungarian presidency well. It is a critical time both for Europe and the world. The growth and expansion of the European Union is strongly supported by Ireland. We know the value both economically and culturally of EU membership. And frankly, it's not acceptable to tell nations that they are of the European family and yet take decades to fully embrace them as members of that family. European competitiveness is also critical. As global trade becomes squeezed by growing nationalism, better competitiveness within all our European economies is vital. Finally, the crisis in Gaza is an affront to humanity and an ongoing humanitarian disaster. The Irish Parliament feels passionately that that too must be a priority for all European nations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Klimpus Sinta, the floor is yours from Ukraine.
Honorable colleagues, we are grateful to be invited here for the Presidency Parliamentary event, for the COSAC event, and we are grateful for the warm welcome. We also appreciate that Hungary finds it important to strengthen European defense, but let me remind you that European defense cannot be strengthened if Ukraine will not be backed to stop Russia and Putin in Ukraine at this point, and Russia should be kicked out from a sovereign state. So being appreciative of all the support that was given by the EU countries, including by the humanitarian support of Hungary, let me reiterate that peace that we are, as a nation, are longing very much for should be just and sustainable and should be lasting. And therefore, any initiatives for peace should be based on several principles. One is being nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, and that is something that the Hungarian presidency so far has violated. And proposals on the peace, unfortunately, also have to be based exclusively on UN Charter and international law. Otherwise, it will be about capitulation, and otherwise, it will be about the inevitability of another attack of the Russian Federation that will not only cover Ukraine, but will cover Europe as well. So we hope the Hungarian presidency will consider to restrain itself from any further actions which are undermining the unity of the efforts of Ukraine, the EU, and other international partners to promote the implementation of the peace formula. And we also count on the Hungarian presidency to return to a constructive position to unlock support under the European Peace Facility for Ukraine for the benefit of the defense and security of Europe. Thank you.
Elvira Kovács from the Serbian delegation.
Allow me to extend pleasure for having the opportunity to address you as a representative of a candidate country as Parliament, having in mind that this topic is important for the European Union and consequently for us who aspire to become its full-fledged member. One of Hungary's 7 priorities is a consistent and merit-based enlargement policy. Enlargement was assessed by the Hungarian presidency as one of the most successful policies of the EU, adding that it is crucial that the policy remains merit-based, balanced, and credible. The European Union has long been engaged in ensuring a European perspective for the Western Balkans, as the community cannot be complete without the accession of this region. The region's integration benefits the EU in economic, security, and geopolitical terms. EU enlargement remains the main priority, and the change in its dynamics means that it is the responsibility of both the EU and the candidate countries to take advantage of the opportunity on the farther path to EU. Serbia will, therefore, speed up reforms towards EU accession, emphasizing the new momentum for enlargement and the need to intensify reforms. In this sense, we will continue to work on finalizing the reform agenda, as well as the key reforms, such as the implementation of media laws and electoral reforms. Serbia's accession to the European Union implies not only meeting the criteria of the negotiation clusters and aligning with Union legislation, but above all, aims to improve the living conditions of all our citizens, which is the priority of the overall leadership of the Republic of Serbia. More than ever, EU enlargement of the Western Balkans represents an investment in peace, prosperity, and long-term security on the European continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jovan Subotic, member of the Montenegrin delegation.
Members of the presiding committee, dear colleagues, Montenegro salutes the Hungarian presidency, and Montenegro salutes the priorities that you set forward for this 6 months period, especially when it comes to the enlargement. As we see it as the leading candidate country, this is the right time. This is the conditions are right, geopolitical, strategical, economical, and we need each other. Real positive change has been brought to our societies through the agenda of EU enlargement, and we really feel like we can bring positive impact into the European Union. Secondly, I would like to emphasize the competitiveness part of your priority agenda. It's really important that Europe and the European Union rise in quality of its products and become a competitive factor and a player in the global market. It is economy that is a driving force behind the unity of European Union. That's how we feel it, that's how we see it, and we strongly encourage you in fulfilling this priority. Lastly, I would like to emphasize something that has been emphasized already this morning, the agriculture part, which is very important. Food security is very important. It needs to be a part of the strong and serious strategy. We need to keep the young people in the country doing rural development, agricultural work, which has to be knowledge-based and sustainable. And I'll leave you with another saying for the rest of your presidency: let's make farming cool again. Thank you so much.
Mr. Csonok from Albania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And dear friends, let me join you by wishing the Hungarian presidency the best of success. I'll say a few words, not from... What?
Thank you.
Excuse me. Sure. I'm sorry. I apologize. Let me join you by wishing the Hungarian presidency the best of success. I'll say a few words, not coming from my protocol text, but from my heart. We are a continent at war. If Ukraine is invaded and at war, we all are at war. Of course, if you go to Paris, London, Madrid, you can feel this war by the tension of the people and the media, the prices. But if you come to Western Balkan countries, any one of us, you can feel the presence of this war by disinformation, by any means to try to destabilize, to support Euroscepticism, to disrupt the willing and the trust of the people toward European Euro-Atlantic integration. So I think we have only and just only one chance: defeat Russia. Because if Russia is not defeated in Ukraine, you will see in a short time we will have another different Europe and different balances between freedom and authoritarian regimes. We in Western Balkan countries, of course, we have accepted the based merit enlargement policy approach. We fully accept this. But you should believe me when I say that for us now, under the pressure of this imperial force like Russia Federation, and any attempt to open another front line of war, even in Western Balkan countries, being member of European Union is now a matter of security. You guys have to celebrate this marriage on Western Balkan countries. Based merit enlargement process and being member.
Member of the Turkish delegation, Mr. Tayak.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, we congratulate Hungary on taking over the presidency of Council of Europe. It's also encouraging to see how Hungary's priorities are ambitious, focusing on the future of the Union in economic, social and political terms. Regarding Turkey-EU relations, We noted Hungary's positive approach towards the resumption of Association Council and high-level dialogue meeting, as well as advancing discussions on the joint communications of the European Commission. In the islands of Cyprus, Turkey and the community of Turkish people unfortunately did their best to have a solution, but at the moment there is no solution left. We have to agree that, we have to see and agree that Russia has occupied the lands of Ukraine. And we have to see and agree at the same time that Israel has killed 40,000 innocent people in Gaza in less than 1 year. That's why we need to change our approach in Europe, in EU. We are hopeful with Mr. Viktor Orban and Hungary to change this approach to have a better solution for all the problems in the world. Once again, we advise and we congratulate your presidency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now the member of the North Macedonian delegation, Mr. Levkov, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations on your second Hungarian presidency of the Council of the European Union. And thank you for the exceptional welcome. In this occasion, I would like to praise the commitment of the Hungarian presidency to the enlargement policy and the future of the Western Balkans within it. With such enlargement, EU will strengthen protection of external borders and start solving the causes of migration within the continent. For example, we can stop this process of immigration if we, as a country, offer European principles at home. Reforms at home are a top priority for us, but we will achieve these far more easily through the process of negotiation, harmonization, and then through full-fledged membership. Another benefit of EU integration process based on Copenhagen criteria is that in that way we will have national committees that will act as a legal diplomacy for EU common values. European Union needs to gain new energy, and sometimes new energy is gained through gaining new members. Thank you.
And now the member of the Moldovan delegation, Radu Marian.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for granting the opening of negotiations for the Republic of Moldova. EU accession for us is not only a matter of economic growth and strengthening the value institution, but it's a matter of preserving our democracy and liberty. And thanks to all the European countries for helping Moldova during these unprecedented times caused by Russia's brutal invasion in Ukraine. Of course, thank you to Hungary for supporting our EU accession, and congratulations for taking over the EU presidency. I would like to call everybody to continue to support Ukraine. We should understand that investing in Ukraine's security is an investment in European security. We're obviously working as a country very hard to join the EU by 2030, and I would like to call us to that until membership to be open to a gradual accession of our country once we do our job in several fields for us to be able to get integrated in those areas. And I absolutely agree that the membership should be based on merit. We are doing an incredibly hard work to do the reforms, and it's crucial, and we also agree that joining the EU should be based on merit. We are completely ready to do that. Thank you again so much for your support.
And now the head of the Norwegian delegation, Tybring-Gjedde, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Hungary, for inviting Norway to this session of COSAC. We all have unsustainable social welfare systems, and Norway in particular, I guess. 20% of our population, grown adults, are on welfare, and it costs 40,000 euros per person of having on welfare. Therefore, we need, as Hungary was saying in this program, new European competitiveness deal. It is different this time because earlier we discussed unemployment. Now we talk about labor shortages that need different solutions than we did before. And we cannot solve it through migration because it's up to each nation to protect its own national identity and its national culture and not force anybody to have migration. It has to be solved by introduction of new technology. New technology can actually do a lot of jobs that we need to be done, and we need to also embrace artificial intelligence because it's very important that we now understand that this artificial intelligence is coming and we have to prepare for it, and it can actually create European competitiveness. And Mr. Chair, finally, we need to support Ukraine. A lot of people have mentioned that. Ukraine and Ukraine only can decide when peace talks is going to happen. It's going to be on Ukrainian terms, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Maka. The Sona goes to Mr. Karavel.
The Hungarian presidency has determined to the motto as "Make Europe Great Again." So how will the European Union achieve this goal? Is the EU sufficiently large power in economic, social, political, and military terms? It is true that the EU is among the most important powers in the world in economic, social, and political terms. However, it is also a fact that Europe is losing power with its aging population and strengthening economy. Moreover, the recent crisis experienced in Europe clearly showed the EU would be weak in protecting itself militarily without a NATO umbrella. So now I ask you, my dear colleagues, what would be the contribution of Turkey's EU membership to the European Union? With its young and educated population of 85 million, its constantly growing economy, its diplomatic capacity reaching every region of the world, its second largest army in NATO, and its developing defense industry, can Turkey make Europe great again? Actually, are you aware of what an opportunity you have missed and are still missing? Just think about the answers of these strategic questions and the treat Turkey according to the answers you will give yourself. And don't forget the genocide in Gaza committed by Israel, Islamophobia and xenophobia while thinking the answers of these questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And now we have come to the end of the questions, and I'd like to signal here Mr. Hofreiter has asked for the floor again, that I will grant for him in the next section, because the arrival of the speakers of the next section also signals that we are behind our schedule. I'd like to ask the Minister to come forward and to respond to the questions that were put to him from the lectern.
Dear Chair, dear members, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the questions, comments and suggestions, and for the frank and open discussions we had. I think it's in the spirit of the best parliamentary traditions. I would like to start by the core priority of our presidency, which is competitiveness. And indeed, the flagship project of our presidency is to try to reach a consensus on a new European competitiveness deal during the informal European Council meeting scheduled in Budapest for the 8th of November. The Antwerp Declaration on Industrial Policy and Competitiveness has been mentioned. Indeed, it is one of the key reference points when trying to forge a political consensus on a new European industrial policy and the new European competitiveness deal. Indeed, the Hungarian presidency will work on strengthening the European defense policy. Here, our level of ambition is to reach a general approach in the Council on the European Defence Industry Plan, and it is for our Polish friends in the subsequent presidency to try to complete the legislative file through trilogues with the European Parliament. Coming to the European Parliament, as presidency, of course, we want to constructively cooperate with the European Parliament. It is crucial in order to ensure a smooth institutional transition, but is also crucial in order to start trilogues as soon as possible. So whenever the European Parliament is ready, we are ready. As to the comment on the internal decision of the European Parliament, of course, as presidency, I am not in a position to comment this. I will limit myself to the statement that, of course, the full democratic legitimacy of the European Parliament is crucially important, and it's also important for the European project as a whole, for the European Parliament to keep representing the whole of Europe and all Europeans. When it comes to enlargement, I would like to recall that the last conclusion of successful accession negotiations was in 2011, during the Hungarian presidency, and it was in the case of Croatia. It was in 2011, and under the Hungarian presidency. No similar breakthrough is expected during our current presidency, but I'm confident that we will be able to take steps forward for each accession country. Of course, it's important that the newly found enlargement enthusiasm is also reflected on the Western Balkans. Here, when it comes to the technical requirements, it is perfectly possible to close further chapters with Montenegro. It should be perfectly possible to open Cluster 3 with Serbia. And I, of course, wouldn't like to name-check all Western Balkan accession countries, but sometimes we face political issues. Unanimous support is required to move forward in the accession process, and this is rightly so. So the Hungarian presidency will work to find this consensus in areas where it is possible during our presidency. When it comes to Ukraine and the accession process, as I understand, the Commission is in the process of screening, and we report back to the Council at the end of October, beginning of November, and of course the Hungarian presidency is ready to take work forward after that. When it comes to migration, the Council will discuss the implementation of the Migration and Asylum Pact. This work will continue under our presidency as well. Members mentioned legal migration as part and parcel of addressing migration challenges and its contribution to the European labour market. I would like to recall that this, to large extent, pertains to Member State competence. So it's for Member States to decide what role legal migration plays in their activities addressing demographic challenges. But I think it's important to highlight that all migration policies start by being able to determine who enters our territory. If we are not able to do that, then we don't really have a migration policy at all. When it comes to cohesion, of course, cohesion is not a financial transfer or a charity. Cohesion policy is part and parcel of the single market. And if cohesion policy ceases to exist, then this will irreversibly distort the single market upon which the whole European project is based. Finally, I would like to share with you a few thoughts on Ukraine, also in relation to the peace mission initiated by the Hungarian Prime Minister. First of all, I again welcome the frank and open discussion. I commend all those who came here to express criticism and different views, because to me, it means, or hopefully it also means, that they are also interested in our position. And they are the ones who truly believe in the European project, because the essence of the European project is dialogue and cooperation. And the absence of participation in a dialogue, if it is a signal of anything, it is only a signal of lack of belief in the European project. I would like to start by saying where I found common ground, and there are a number of areas, and this gives us a very strong platform to continue working from. We all agree that Ukraine was attacked, and we all agree that Russia is the aggressor, and we all agree that Ukraine has the right to defend itself, and we all agree that Ukraine must be supported in diverse means, and any solution to this conflict to be adopted can be a solution that is accepted by Ukraine. There are some areas where there is no clear commonality of views. It is not clear whether everybody shares the opinion that Europe has its own interests in this conflict and must strive to play an autonomous role in its resolution. We don't seem to have full consensus whether a battlefield solution to this conflict is possible. Now, as I understand, both parties at the war believe that they will win this war by the force of weapons. If Europe really wants to play an autonomous role in the resolution of the conflict, then Europe must have a line of communication to all parties. This idea is also not shared by all. If Europe wants to play a constructive role in the resolution of the process, then Europe must be active in creating a venue where all parties can participate. This is also not necessarily shared by all. And if Europe wants to play a constructive role in the resolution of the conflict, then we must reach out to all global stakeholders, some of which have their own peace plan, and expect those peace plans to be discussed as well. This is also not shared by all. What we should be able to agree on, regardless of these differences, is that we must be able to discuss those issues that we do not entirely agree on. It is easy to talk to those with whom we agree with, but that's not our job and this is not our task. Politics and diplomacy begins with the art of interaction among those who disagree. And also, this is the calling of the European Union. As I understand, the European Union strives to unite in diversity and not in uniformity. The European political community is not limited to those with whom we agree with. If we accept this, we will be able to become truly united, and you will have our full support in this, both as Presidency and as a Member State of the European Union. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for your response. And I now conclude the first section. We will reconvene at 11:40 here. I'd like to call your attention to the fact that we will now have the family photo. I would like to warmly welcome the speakers of our next section, Mr. Oliver Várhelyi, Commissioner of the responsible for Neighborhood Policy and Enlargement, and Dr. Péter Sztáray from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As a State Secretary, I'd like to ask all the attendees to come with us to the main staircase, and we will have a family photo on the staircase immediately adjacent to the dome and the royal crown. So I conclude this meeting now here. Let's reconvene at 11:40 for the second section. Thank you.
Megyünk tovább. Folytatjuk a COSAC elnöki találkozót.
We shall continue our COSAC Chairpersons meeting. I would kindly ask my fellow MPs to take their seats. The topic of our second session is the West Balkan and Eastern enlargement of the European Union. May I once again welcome Mr. Oliver Várhelyi, Commissioner responsible for neighbourhood policy and enlargement, and may I congratulate him on his nomination, and also Mr. Péter Sztáray, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. First, I shall give the floor to Commissioner Várhelyi, who shall be followed by State Secretary Sztáray. Mr. Commissioner, the floor is yours. Please deliver your address from the lectern.
Tisztelt alelnök úr!
Distinguished Vice Chair, distinguished Chair,
Tisztelt államtitkár úr!
distinguished State Secretary,
Tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim!
dear ladies and gentlemen, dear MPs and chairs, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed to my great pleasure that here I can deliver an address at the House of Parliament. This is a special privilege for a Hungarian in the House, where Hungarians have been taking care of their common issues for over 100 years now. and this is always a great privilege. Thank you.
As you know, national parliaments are the cornerstones of the democratic institutional system of the European Union. They play a key role in the accession process, since the European Union will not succeed without parliaments of the acceding states and the national parliaments of the member states. Honourable members, 20 years ago, Hungary, alongside 9 other countries, joined the European Union. 20 years later, the geopolitical landscape and security architecture in and around our continent have changed dramatically, especially during my mandate as Commissioner for Neighbourhood and Enlargement. Since the 2004 enlargement, the impact of EU membership has been felt across Europe. Today, in the face of a current geopolitical reality, 10 new countries are aspiring to become members of the European Union, and this is a clear testament to the value of the prospect of an EU membership. It means long-term peace, security, stability, and prosperity. These 10 aspiring countries, citizens, and youth believe in these values. Therefore, the political leadership should act responsibly. We have seen how the war strengthened this principle. Thus, the responsibility is even more significant in making enlargement a reality. Let me start by saying a few words about the 10 aspiring countries whose parliamentary representatives are here with us today, which is an enormous pleasure. Let me start with Ukraine. Ukraine applied for EU membership only 5 days after the beginning of the Russian aggression. Despite challenging times, Ukraine has made progress on reforms. After the adoption of the EU-Ukraine negotiating framework and the opening statement by the Council, we were able to organize the first intergovernmental conference, which is the first official accession negotiation round, which took place on the 25th of June in Luxembourg. The first bilateral screening, as it is called, the analytical examination of the acquis, was already held earlier this month, and now it is the work that we are focusing on. To fully comply with all membership criteria, Ukraine must remain committed to this process and continue its reforms. And here I want to underline the key role that the rule of law and fundamentals play. Enlargement is and remains a merit-based process. Our role is to ensure that the process abides by European principles and standards. Our objective is to ensure that Ukraine will be prepared when it joins. To that end, with the 50 billion euros Ukraine facility, the EU has scaled up its support to the country. 2 weeks ago, on the 17th of July, the Commission made a positive assessment to release the first regular installment under the Ukraine facility, which was close to 4.2 billion euros. And all in all, we plan to pay 16 billion euros to Ukraine's budget in 2024, subject to the country fulfilling the reform conditionalities. Turning to Moldova, I'm equally pleased to see that we formally launched accession negotiations last month and that I launched the first bilateral screening meeting on the 9th of July in Chisinau. This is an outstanding achievement, given the country's challenges from the war in Ukraine and Russia's destabilization attempts against Moldova. Therefore, it is even more critical to reaffirm loud and clear that the European Commission will continue to assist Moldova every step of the way. The accession negotiations process has a transformative effect that will benefit the Moldovan society and the economy even before accession. Through the 1.6 billion euros investment mobilized already through the Economic and Investment Plan and its flagship initiatives, we have supported the rehabilitation of key road and transport corridors and the green and digital transition. As Moldova advances on its EU path, these benefits will continue to increase. On Georgia, we have seen that Georgia was granted candidate status last December on the understanding that it would undertake the so-called 9 steps, which range from depolarization and the fight against disinformation to the rule of law and fundamental rights. In the meantime, the government has passed controversial legislation on the transparency of foreign influence. Also, other laws have raised concerns, such as changes to the electoral code or repatriation of offshore assets. As a reaction to these legislative procedures in June, EU leaders expressed their, and I quote, serious concern regarding recent developments in Georgia, stating that, in particular, the law adopted on transparency of foreign influence represents backsliding on the step set out in the Commission's recommendations for candidate status, unquote. Therefore, EU leaders, and I quote again, called on Georgia's authorities to clarify their intentions by reversing the current course of action, which jeopardizes Georgia's EU path, de facto leading to a halt of the accession process, unquote. And this is a quote from European Council conclusions made on the 27th of June. Our assessment of these steps will be presented in the autumn as part of the Commission enlargement package. Georgia will hold parliamentary elections in October this year. The Georgian people have been overwhelmingly pro-European, and we do hope that all political parties will show now that they act for their people. Turning to the Western Balkans, I'm pleased to see that there is also clear momentum around enlargement in the region. I know how high this file features on the agenda of the Hungarian presidency. The European Union is dynamically engaged in ensuring the European perspective for the Western Balkans on the clear understanding that our union can only be complete with the accession of this region. First, I would like to highlight a significant milestone which have been reached with Montenegro during the Intergovernmental Conference held in June. With the fulfillment of the rule of law interim benchmarks, as it is called, under Chapter 23 and 4, Montenegro has taken a crucial step forward on its enlargement path. We are now ready to start closing the negotiating chapters provisionally. I hope that the other intergovernmental conferences will follow very soon under the Hungarian presidency, closing a critical mass of chapters leading us to the final phase of the accession negotiations with Montenegro. On Serbia, our assessment remains that the negotiations on competitiveness and inclusive growth, that is Cluster 3, should be opened. The new government declared its commitment to speed up the EU accession-related reforms across the board, and this is good news. In the current geopolitical context, it is also essential that Serbia shows its strategic direction to the European Union. It is clear that the European paths of both Serbia and Kosovo go through the dialogue. We expect the parties to pursue sustained de-escalation efforts and progress on implementing their obligations under the dialogue, starting with the sending of the Statute of the Association of Serb Majority Municipalities to the Constitutional Court of Kosovo. Reforms in Albania continued, primarily focusing on the implementation of the judicial reform. However, further efforts are needed in the rule of law, freedom of expression, minority issues, and property rights. Our assessment also remains that the negotiations on the first cluster, which is the fundamentals clusters, should be opened as soon as possible, which should be followed by opening of other clusters during the second half of this year. North Macedonia needs to accelerate the pace of EU-related reforms and achieve relevant constitutional amendments. Only after that we can move forward with the process. We're working on the negotiating framework for Bosnia and Herzegovina with a view to its adoption by the Council. At the moment, all 8 steps set out in the Commission's recommendations from 2022 October are taken. As part of the annual enlargement package, the Commission will also report on the progress of our accession countries this autumn, like every year. Let's turn our attention now to a new tool that has been introduced by this Commission, a new tool that should speed up the integration of our enlargement partners, and that is the growth plan. The unprecedented offer of the growth plan to the Western Balkans will help boost the socio-economic convergence of the region with the EU, provide membership benefits, or the benefits of membership, even before accession, and accelerate the process of enlargement. It also promotes economic integration within the region through the common regional market. We believe that by front-loading certain benefits and obligations of EU membership, our enlargement partners can be better prepared for a smoother accession process. The 6 billion euros under the Reform and Growth Facility entered into force in May 2024. To receive funding, the beneficiaries must implement far-reaching reforms in the fundamentals and the socio-economic sectors set out in their tailor-made reform agendas. We have already started the internal process of assessing the agendas, and I'm happy to tell you that we are at the very final stage of making our proposal to the Council for their approval. Additionally, the Reform and Growth Facility builds upon the 30 billion euros economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans, which is mobilizing 1/3 of the GDP of the entire region. It identifies 10 key investment flagships to support the long-term socio-economic recovery based on the green and digital transition and foster regional cooperation in the Western Balkans. So far, we have endorsed 68 strategically important projects in the areas of transport, energy, environment and climate change, digital infrastructure, human capital development, and support to the business sector. In numbers, so far, the EU has approved programs set to mobilize 17.5 billion euros in investments under the Economic and Investment Plan, including 5.4 billion euros in grants. With the Reform and Growth Facility, the total financial support will, by 2027, reach a comparable level of aid intensity as we see in current cohesion and structural funds countries in the European Union, meaning 90 percentage points by 2027. And from there on, the Western Balkans will have all the conditions in place to be ready to join the European Union. Because without real integration of their economies and societies, the enlargement will not be a success. And this is why we need to work on the real integration of these countries even before they join the European Union. Honourable members, in this new reality, the EU's enlargement policy represents more than ever a clear and necessary geostrategic investment in our own long-term peace, stability, security and prosperity. I'm very proud, to be frank with you, to the momentum we have built around enlargement and the drive to complete our union since the beginning of my mandate. I count on all our enlargement partners to seize this momentum and carry out the necessary reforms to advance on their respective EU path. I also want to count on all 27 EU member states to help us deliver and keep our promises. 20 years after the largest enlargement took place, I look forward to the next one as we mark our success of the last 2 decades. Because I'm convinced that the next Commission will have to be an enlargement Commission. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Várhelyi, for your contribution. I now ask State Secretary Sztáray to take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, it's a privilege and honor to be here in the Hungarian Parliament and to welcome you all at this important COSAC meeting under the Hungarian Presidency. I know that a lot of things have been talked about by the Minister, by the Commissioner, and we are before lunch, but let me talk a little bit about the priorities and the most important aspects of the Hungarian government, especially with regard to the enlargement process. And if you allow me, I will continue in Hungarian.
When we defined the priorities of the Hungarian presidency, there were 2 things that we took into consideration. First of all, that it had to be topics that were important for Hungary, but also equally important was the fact that these should be interesting and also important priorities for all other member states as well. Of course, in the trio working with the Spanish and the Belgian presidencies, we defined the topics. Some of them were already the same, some others we introduced. Competitiveness, European defense, demographics, migration, all these were topics that were of joint interest to all of us. Some of them actually pose a momentous challenge, and we need to find common solutions to this within the European Union. I also put enlargement here, enlargement which will largely define the future of the European Union, not only in terms of the Western Balkans or Ukraine or Georgia or Georgia or Moldavia. It is also important that we should be able to extend the zone of stability, thereby to extend the zone of security. And this is, of course, especially this region is especially under the threat of different kinds of conflicts emanating from the South and the Western Balkans. So this is why it is in the interest of the European Union to expand the zone of stability there. Also, expanding, enlarging the single market is in all our interests, and we will all profit from it if and when we will actually have the enlargement. And of course, there's another geopolitical consideration beyond the security one. If we do not act, if the European Union is unable to enlarge its membership towards the Western Balkans, then we will be faced, because we are already seeing signs of this, other actors, other entities, other influencing factors trying to fill the vacuum that we are leaving open there. Therefore, in this sense, I believe that the European Union is under a time pressure here. We should not allow this. The European Union should be able to extend its influence. If the European Union has global intentions, then we have to start that locally as well, and we should not allow others to do that instead of us. In terms of the enlargement, there's always this dichotomy involved. One is, of course, the geopolitical consideration, while the other is, of course, the conditionality issue. And, of course, one has to be extremely careful when we look at the different candidate countries that we should not be lost on only setting different conditions and criteria and not allowing them to progress. Conditionality is important, but we should be able to see the bigger picture. We should be able to see the geopolitical picture. And if one country is actually performing and delivering within conditionality, then we should allow them to progress in the process. If we do not allow countries to be able to close chapters, clusters, to have their intergovernmental conferences at that different stage of their enlarged accession process, then we are going to create disenchantment, disillusion, and that is dangerous. We need to provide real perspectives. If a candidate country is actually delivering, they should be granted the positive response to this by the European Union, and they should be allowed to progress. For Hungary, traditionally, enlargement has always been a strategic, extremely important area. Our first presidency in 2011, I myself worked on that. I was a political director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the time. During our first presidency, we achieved huge success when on the last day of the presidency, we managed to conclude the Croatian accession talks. Now, this was a message to show that from the Hungarian perspective, we see and we understand how important extending geopolitical stability is. But at the same time, one has to know, and it's been mentioned before, we have had 20 years since the promises in Thessaloniki, when the European community said that the Western Balkan countries can eventually join the European Union. Well, we have not been able to deliver on that promise, but it's a fact that every year we are progressing a little, and all the countries that have managed to achieve progress and to achieve reforms, we have seen positive developments, but of course we have not been able to deliver on the totality of our promise. Of course, the Hungarian approach also says that we should not only be talking about the candidate countries, we should talk as much as possible with the candidate countries. Therefore, during our present presidency, we are also paying great attention to ensuring that, to the extent possible, we involve in one way or another all the candidate countries in the informal sessions and in other sessions, because the more we listen to them, the more attention we can pay to these special considerations of the candidate countries, the unique considerations that we need to factor in during the enlargement process. And of course, one has to add here the role of the national parliaments. The national parliaments stand to play a huge role. On the one hand, in terms of the legislation they adopt, but of course on the other side, the expertise that they have accumulated, to what extent this is actually put into the service of candidate countries. National parliaments actually have amassed very significant experiences, and these can be shared with the candidate countries. One can coordinate through different kinds of assistance programs, and I believe this can significantly help candidate countries to prepare. We are all for ensuring objectivity during the accession process. On the one hand, every country should be judged based on their own performance. It is not correct to actually link certain countries based on different political considerations. And of course, objective criteria, if they have been met, if a country delivers on them, then I've said that the country should be allowed to progress. This will also allow us to prevent skepticism, enlargement skepticism in Western Balkan countries from developing. I mean, if we keep saying that it's 5 or 10 years from now, and we keep extending that every year, then these societies will turn their backs to us. They will see that their needs are met from elsewhere, and that is definitely not in the interest of the European Union. During our present presidency, we aim we aim to achieve progress with every single candidate country. We hear more and more about the need for internal reforms within the European Union, and only then we could progress with enlargement. Well, contrary to this, I would like to point out that this cannot serve as an excuse to expand, to lengthen the enlargement process. The fact that the European Union needs internal reforms is a possibility, but this cannot act as an excuse, and the candidate countries should not suffer because of this. Another thing, we are not very much supportive of this internal reform be changing the internal balance between the institutions. And I think national parliaments stand to play an important role here. I believe that when it comes to qualified majority decisions being extended will not serve the interest of the Union. If minority positions will not be considered, there is a huge chance that the unity will diminish within the European Union, and the implementation of such decisions is going to be difficult. So in order to achieve unity, we have to work to ensure, to the extent possible, that we preserve unanimity in defense and foreign policy. I mean, the good example is NATO. NATO, and sometimes it's very difficult to come to a consensus, but when there is consensus reached finally, then every country stands behind that, and implementation, execution is also very massive. So it's important when we think about the EU reforms. And also, reform cannot mean that the number of commissioners will reduce, and not every country will have a commissioner. It might seem to be more efficient, but this will be detrimental from a political point of view, because most probably it's going to be the smaller countries that are going to be singled out from the Commission, and they will not have proper access and proper participation in decision-making. So we have to be very cautious with the internal reforms of the European Union, and as I've emphasized, this can in no way be detrimental to the progress of enlargement. Currently, we are in the midst of an institutional transition. We have had the European Parliament elections. The Commission will eventually start to establish itself. And of course, the objective of the Hungarian presidency is, well, there's going to be less legislative work, anyway, for some time, but we do not want to allow the enlargement process to actually take a backseat to other issues. We will work to further this as an honest broker. Our presidency has among its priorities the enlargement towards the Western Balkans, but there is also a novelty here. Moldova and Ukraine have been granted candidate status. Georgia is also not far away from this. It's important that we should coordinate. Every country should be judged based on their own merits, and that the Western Balkans should not suffer disadvantages because other countries have joined the pack. These countries have been in this process for 20 years. They've been working to become members for 20 years. And this has to be taken into account when we judge their performance. And I should add here also that the work that the Commission has been carrying out in this field is by all means welcome. And by all means, I'd like to salute the Commissioner for his active work towards all geographical directions, and we are very welcome of the fact that the growth instrument is also being implemented. Of course, the decision is there. What really comes next is how we can actually disperse these assistance to the different candidate countries. Of course, individual assistance is important that the different member countries provide, and assistance that parliaments provide, because there is a parliamentary dimension to the cooperation. If we were to look at the different countries, although there have been details mentioned here, but from our side, the Hungarian government side, I should mention here that opening the third cluster would be an objective of the Hungarian presidency. We do see a chance for that. For Albania, an opening of the first cluster would be an opportunity. We would like to have to close as many negotiating chapters with Montenegro, and we're very hopeful that with Northern Macedonia we'll be able to progress with the start of the negotiations. And we also hope that in terms of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the negotiation framework can be adopted before the end of the year. We continue to support the integration of Moldova, and we trust that constructive work will be continued with Ukraine. The IGC laid out on the 25th of June important guidelines, important elements, especially with reference to rights of national minorities. It is important that Ukraine should act as constructively as possible in this issue. As a future European Union member state, if they aspire to do this, it's important that this multi-ethnic country should continue to preserve its policy that had before provided much wider rights for its minorities. We consider it especially important that most recently there was an IGC organized with Montenegro. One cannot emphasize the importance, the significance of this IGC, because this is where it was made possible for Montenegro to close certain chapters, and this really is an outcome that we have not had any precedent for since 2017. Since 2017, for 7 years, this has not happened. So we are very hopeful that this progress shown by the Montenegrin people will continue, and it's going to send a very strong message to all countries in the region. If you deliver, if you progress, you will advance in your negotiations. It's an important element. For Georgia, we also hope that these interim difficulties will be resolved. From a geopolitical point of view, Georgia is a very important accession country, and we believe in terms of her preparedness, she can definitely be considered to be a role model for others. Georgia is relatively advanced in its reforms, so one should not be lost in short-term issues with respect to Georgia. It was this year that we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the EU Big Bang enlargement. Back then, there were many people who were skeptic that the European Union was able to absorb so many countries at the same time. If you look at the situation, it shows a very positive picture. It shows that 27 countries are able to strengthen the unity and at this current level of integration to realize all the opportunities offered by the institutional and legal framework. This is not devoid, of course, of political debate, but political debate, I think, brings the EU forward because it helps to reconcile if there are differences of opinion that are also to the benefit of the European Union, because through joint thinking we can come to joint shared solutions. And if we have shared solutions based on our shared interests, we are going to have a stronger union in the end. And I think the member states stand to play an important role in this. In this sense, we consider these past 20 years to be a success from the Hungarian perspective, but through the whole European perspective as well. Enlargement is a successful project, it's a successful one, and we have to continue it. 1st of May 2004, President of the Commission at the time, Romano Prodi, said, "This enlargement today is the 5th and the largest in the history of the Union, and not the last one." And I think this is the most important. It isn't the last one. Since then, we have had 3 countries join, and I can reassure you all, in concluding my contribution here, that Hungary will work and will aspire to ensure that this process doesn't stop, that the European Union gains strength from enlargement, that the European Union achieves its geopolitical objectives and is able to integrate all those countries that actually form a natural part of the European community. this is what's reflected in the series of meetings of the European political community. All those countries that attend are natural constituents of this European community. This is where I'd like to leave you. I welcome you here in Budapest. I'm very hopeful that you will have some time to at least walk in the city and to enjoy Hungarian hospitality, God forbid the Hungarian culinary delights, to come back and to hope that this enlargement process is going to be a successful one. And during the Hungarian presidency, we will be able to achieve results, outcomes that show if you perform, deliver, you will progress. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner and Mr. State Secretary, for your comprehensive presentations. 33 requests to intervene have been received so far. Therefore, the time allocated remains 90 seconds. That is 1.5 minutes. Please take into consideration this time limit. If anyone else wishes to take the floor, please indicate your intention at the registration desk in writing. The floor, once again, first goes to Troika members. The head of the delegation of the European Parliament, Monsieur Omarjee, receives the floor first. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. State Secretary, Mr. Commissioner, the European Parliament welcomes this debate because without the national parliaments it is impossible to perform enlargement in the European Union. I wish to share with you 3 thoughts. First, if we look back at the past, the last enlargement, then we can see that democracy, stability and economic growth was brought about by them. Beyond that, they were important from a geopolitical aspect for the European Union, too. The last February 17th decision of the European Parliament also shows that all conditions have to be met, especially the Copenhagen conditions by the aspiring states. The respect for minorities, the respect of the fundamental European values, the respect of fundamental human rights are obviously fundamental conditions. And second, within the European Union and within the new European Parliament, we must therefore think about enlargement. The cohesion policy was of fundamental importance in order to achieve success in enlargement. And Mr. Chair, allow me to share just 2 words on Ukraine. Obviously, the restoration and recovery of Ukraine is very important to us, and this is a fundamental condition to enlargement towards Ukraine. Thank you very much. The floor now goes to Peter de Hoover.
The enlargement agenda should be based, as he said, on merit. And so this must go hand in hand with reforming the EU. The balance between EU enlargement and reforming is more important than ever, but I'm very glad that you stressed on the fact that this should be done with respect to all member states, including especially the smaller ones. Secondly, the Copenhagen criteria, as has been said, are the values that must be met in this process. The candidate states have an interest in stepping up their reform efforts, including in the area of rule of law, with the help of the European Union and in line with these Copenhagen criteria. There are many questions that need to be answered by the new European Parliament, the new Commission and the Council. These questions must be resolved so that we can open the door in due course to deserving candidates who often undergo a long process in hope of finally joining us. But let's emphasize, indeed, the role of the national parliaments in this issue. And to end, I want to stress on the courageous struggle of the people of Ukraine against Russian aggression. It shows us daily how much we should cherish our European values of democracy and the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Köszönöm szépen,
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Vlosovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, more than 20 years ago, we have been... Can you hear me? More than 20 years ago, we have been given a chance to join the European Union with other countries. Then the enlargement of 2004-2007 was the last big one. Now we think there is a time for the next steps, and the EU is ready for this. The first, we continue to support the enlargement policy, including the Western Balkan partners. Now there is a window of opportunity for Montenegro to a relatively quick accession. The country is currently the most advanced in the accession process. The second, Ukraine and Moldova. We are very glad that both countries started the EU accession negotiations. We strongly support both countries on the European path. Our objectives would be we'll be opening on the first negotiation cluster fundamentals with these countries during Polish presidency in the next half of the year. It was a pleasure to hear yesterday and also today the strong support from Hungary to these countries. And the third, we must express our concerns about Georgia. Especially about Georgia government, who recently distancing from the principles of European Union and from its own society aspiration. We need also to work together to unblock Greek-Albanian problem and dispute. This holds Albania back from progress in the EU negotiation. We expect that Hungarian presidency achieve progress in these three fields which I mentioned. The same rule, I promise, we will apply in our presidency. Thank you very much for the floor and for the time we spent together. Thank you.
And now the floor goes to Richard Hörcsik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Oliver Várhelyi, our Commissioner, for his excellent job on behalf of the enlargement process in the Commission, particularly in the past 5 years. As my State Secretary, Mr. Sztáray, just mentioned, Hungary has rightly placed the enlargement to its top priorities. In our approach, enlargement policy remains the most effective tool to ensure stability in the neighboring regions and the European Union, so it is important to strengthen, first of all, the credibility of the European enlargement perspective. To this end, the European Union must reinforce the objective, criteria-based and merit-based nature of the accession process. Throughout our presidency, we will seek to make meaningful process with candidate and accession countries. As my State Secretary mentioned, we aim to open Cluster 3 in Serbia as soon as possible and to close more accession chapters with Montenegro. It is also crucial to hold intergovernmental conferences with Albania and North Macedonia. Regarding enlargement, my dear colleagues, we should strengthen our efforts and commitments to be able to welcome new EU member states before the end of the present 5-year term. I used to say the enlargement is not an option, but it is a necessity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pons San Pietro from Spain gets the floor next.
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the interventions. And I think we're having a super discussion, very interesting discussion, because of the aggression of Putin to Ukraine. This has changed everything. So the first response to this attack is enlargement and, of course, unity. The second point is that there is no enlargement if there is no integration. And it's not only about economic integration, it's not only about political integration, but also about social integration. If we do not go more into depth and there is no social integration, we will create more inequalities. And last but not least, I was a member of the Conference on the Future of Europe, and I think that there will be no integration, there will be no enlargement if at the same time we are not going to reform our governance. And for example, I think that we have to be able to take decisions in a sort of, yes, qualified majority in some items that are a good option for the future of Europe. And last but not least, I would like to remember that, and we have to be very optimistic, because after this aggression of Putin, we're able to recreate the political community of Kohl and Mitterrand. So we have to be optimistic because we have the future in our hands. Thank you.
Mr. Hofreiter is next from Germany.
As several people already said, the enlargement process has to be merit-based, but if it's merit-based, we also have to be fair to the country who want to enlarge, because we should treat all the country who want to become a member of the European Union as we have treated several countries of the Western Balkan region. When we look what we have done to Northern Macedonia, which has changed its name, and then we came with other issues to them. And when we look how long Albania and other countries have waited, so it should also be clear and fair from our side, and we have to accept that Europe has not been clear and fair, especially to the countries of the Western Balkan, and we should never repeat this, and we should really give them a good option to enlarge. But also we have to be clear to countries like what's going on in Georgia is not a good sign, because the Russian law that Georgia has adopted will make it nearly impossible that Georgia, as long as this Russian law is in place, will become a member of the European Union, and everybody in Georgia should be clear about this. If you make a law like this law you have done, then it's against the rules of the European Union. Of course you can make laws like this, but it's against the rules of the European Union, and everybody who wants to become a member of the European Union has to apply to the rules of the European Union. Thank you.
Next is Jan Ferenczak from Slovakia.
Dear colleagues, Slovak Republic is a country that believes in the transformative power of European integration. We fully support the accession of Western Balkan countries. They fight for the European membership for years and made a significant progress. Therefore, we believe that they deserve a clear and concrete signal that their efforts are not useless. For example, Montenegro made a significant progress in meeting the membership criteria and should be taken into serious treatment. We support also European aspiration of Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. These countries demonstrated exceptional resilience in the face of various challenges. Lastly, I would like to point out that we also need to ensure that the European Union is prepared to accept new members, which would require a comprehensive approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor now goes to Mr. Kuvalas.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, Greece fully supports the approach of the Hungarian presidency, seeing enlargement as a geostrategic investment in peace, security, stability, and prosperity. It's the only way to reduce disparities between countries, develop the values on which the Union is founded, and give an holistic solution to common problems. Aspiring members need to step up the reforms necessary and advance the efforts to achieve them, notably in the area of human rights, of minority rights, the right of property, and of course the rule of law. These all are red lines for the Greek side. Of course, All that in line with the merit-based nature of the accession process, the need for fair and rigorous conditionality, the principle of own merits and reversibility. I was born and live in Thessaloniki, so I'm inspired by the 2003 Summit of Thessaloniki conclusions and the necessity that we will have the enlargement to the Western Balkans coming soon. But we need solid steps, and I would add to my colleagues, to my Polish colleague, that the Beleri case, the elected mayor of Himar,
a horvát delegáció vezetőjén.
Mr. Racan from Croatia.
Dear colleagues, I come from Croatia, the last country to join EU, and that was 11 years ago. Let's hope that it does not stay like that for a long time. Croatia is a country either bordering the Western Balkans or in the Western Balkans, depending on how you look at it. But we certainly do have a lot of knowledge of the region and experience. And in that respect, I want to commend the growth plan for the Western Balkans. This is something that will certainly help. However, I think that it also needs to be supplemented with a kind of a, I'm trying to phrase this carefully not to enter a trap, special help with political framework. The region simply needs it. I will not go into details. Not all countries are the same. Some are in a better shape, some are closer to EU, some are very far away. But I was wondering, Mr. Varhelyi, if you can expand on something earlier keynote speaker. You did not mention this, but Mr. The minister, earlier keynote speaker, he did say something about gradual membership. If there is any such option and other options in that respect that could help with the political framework in the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Mr. Ingelio Vigna from Italy.
Grazie, signor Presidente. Grazie, gentili.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. In Italy, the lower house of the legislature is conducting parliamentary work with respect to the Western Balkans enlargement, about which I'm sure you colleagues will know that if you look at that geographical area, we are getting a lot of different proposals for parliamentary work. We actually have different kinds of hearings, online hearings. We listen to every chairman from the different EU integration committees in the different Western Balkans countries. We believe this is extremely important from a geostrategic point of view. The European Union also has to work and be active in this area. And it's also extremely important to note how important this area is going to be in the future work of the European Union. It's very important for us to all be aware of the position and the opinion of the Western Balkan countries. This is one of the most important things now in the EU.
A magyar delegáció tagjának, Balassa Péternek adom meg a
Mr. Balassa, the Hungarian. Thank you very much, distinguished chair, distinguished guests. It's a huge honor to speak to all of you. Tomorrow is going to be the World Day of Friendship, and I'm very hopeful that you're not going to leave here without considering the Hungarians to be friends, and I hope that you will cherish good memories of this COSAC meeting. I'm speaking to you as an opposition member of the Hungarian National Assembly to articulate here the opposition's view and perhaps the relevant Hungarian people. We are very hopeful that we are happy that the enlargement process is such a flagship priority and that the Western Balkans enlargement is so important. Enlargement policy is one of the most efficient methods in order to maintain stability in the region and the European Union, and therefore it is indispensable to strengthen the credibility of enlargement. The European Union should actually increase objective, criteria-based, merit-based enlargement. The debate on internal reforms should not stand in the way of progress by candidate countries, and enlargement cannot fall victim to internal reforms. The European Union has to preserve its credibility towards all those who are most progressed in their accession talks. The European Union has been dedicated to providing European perspectives to the Western Balkans for a long, long time, because the community cannot be entire whole without the region. Economic, security and strategic considerations also come into play. During the Hungarian presidency, we will also work to achieve substantial progress here. Thank you very much for listening to me. Mr. Graz from Luxembourg.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe that enlargement issues are extremely important for our future development. I think the COVID crisis has demonstrated that the internal structures of the European Union need to be reinforced as well, along with its market connections. Luxembourg is also supportive of all accession countries. We support the accession of all the candidate countries with the exception of Turkey. If we look at Ukraine, the country that most needs our support, we need to give them special support to ensure that they are able to meet all the expectations of membership as soon as possible. With respect to delivery on the Copenhagen criteria and the fulfillment of the Maastricht Treaty criteria, all these need to be met, while we would propose that we set up a subcommittee that would deal specifically with enlargement-related issues. Well, this is already working. I'd like to say a few words about Kosovo, which I believe is an extremely important country. Recently, their candidacy was accepted, and I'd like to congratulate the Hungarian presidency already for delivering on their presidency program. Thank you very much. Because Commissioner Várhelyi has to leave us soon, I would like to ask him to come to the podium and to respond to the questions that have been put to him so far.
Köszönöm szépen.
Well, thank you very much. Extremely interesting debate, and from what I've seen, it is something that has generated very substantial interest in almost every single delegation. I'd like to reflect on perhaps the three most important issues so far. Almost every single contributor has mentioned that the issue of the internal reforms in the European Union and enlargement should not be contradicting each other. That is precisely our position within the European Commission as well. We believe that the issue of the institutional reform has to be a debate that is on a track parallel to the enlargement debate. Enlargement could happen within the current institutional framework. But if member states believe or consider that there is a need for an institutional change, reform, then they can decide to conduct this debate. However, the credibility of the European Union demands that this should not pose an obstacle, this should not become an obstacle to European enlargement. The European Council has debated this on several occasions, and we, as I've said, are on the opinion that institutional reform does not pose an obstacle to enlargement. The second issue raised by the Croatian representative.
Didn't have time to dwell on all the details of the gradual integration. But when I'm talking about the real integration, and this is also a response to the member of the Spanish Parliament, when we talk about the real integration, we also mean by this gradual integration. Gradual integration meaning already spreading the benefits of membership before joining the European Union. But of course, this can only take place once the conditions of applying the rules in the specific sector are achieved. To give you one example, the single euro payment area, this is our target for this year, which is a system in the European Union through which you can use, with the same level of costs, the banking system within the European Union as if you were transferring your funds within your own member state. This is a huge benefit, not only to the citizens, but also to the businesses of the European Union. And this is part of the fundamental investment framework within the European Union. We have made an offer to the Western Balkan countries if they are able to apply the same rules as we do in the European Union, and after all, 80% of their banking sector is owned and run by European banks, then they should be able to join this scheme. This would mean an annual cost of €500 million saved by the Western Balkans and by the citizens, not to mention the direct benefit when it comes to foreign direct investments. So yes, the growth plan through the reform agenda, which is the implementation, the annual implementation scheme of this growth plan, will address also these areas of gradual integration. And also to respond to the need for social integration, to the Spanish delegate, indeed, the social area cannot be neglected, and it is part and parcel of these reform agendas that we're making. I think if there is one lesson to be learned from the previous enlargement, is that the closer the new members are going to be in terms of social and economic development to the EU average by the time they join, the less problem we can foresee in terms of competition within the single market after they have joined. And finally, I want to also underline the importance of the delegate from Italy, because this is a very important initiative. And I would encourage all of the national parliaments of our current member states to engage with the parliaments of the Western Balkans and the other candidate countries, because it is a trust-building exercise as well. Not only a courtesy, not only a tool for diplomacy, but through this, the national parliaments of the EU member states will have direct access and knowledge about the level of compliance and the level of merit the candidate countries are having. And this will also help the national parliaments to have their views prepared by the time when they will also have to make their say on enlargement. Thank you very much.
Köszönöm szépen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner, for your useful thoughts. I wish you success, and I wish for ourselves a successfully governed enlargement policy in Europe. We shall now continue with the list of questions. The next intervener is Terzi de Sant'Agata, the head of the Italian delegation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and it is an honor again to speak after Commissioner Varela, because I think that the issues that he has raised are extremely important. And the first issue, I believe it is, and I understand that at least a large part of this all is followed positively, the issue being to accelerate during the new legislature, in the next 5 years of the new European Parliament, the accession process. And that is because mainly two reasons. It's not only because the time that has lapsed in this process, almost decades for certain countries, but it is a reason of, therefore, credibility and responsibility for the entire Union. But the other reason is the geopolitical situation that we are facing and that we have discussed in the previous panel. The concept of enlargement is considered by the majority which supports the government in my national government, and also by President Meloni's government. It is considered not an issue of accession, but an issue of reunification, and that is very important to consider. It is with this feeling that we are looking at the situation which is facing Albania in particular, but also the other 5 Western Balkans. And I would like to conclude mentioning the satisfaction that exists in Italy for the accession process for Ukraine and Moldova, Georgia being still in the radar, but with more problems. But the conference, the intergovernmental conference for Ukraine has been...
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Cristian Ghița from Romania.
President, dear colleagues, the Russian aggression against Ukraine has serious consequences on the entire world and increasingly disturbing effects in the Western Balkans as well. Russia is using energy, food and information as weapons in the war it started, and we have a duty to stand up against it in a united and coordinated manner in the most effective way possible. In time of crisis, it is essential to show solidarity and mutual support. In fact, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine reconfirmed how important it is to advance the enlargement process, building a space of security, development, and common European values. Together, we have come to restate that enlargement is a geostrategic investment in peace, stability, and prosperity. Romania has constantly advocated for this vision. We support the imperative of a clear, transparent, and rigorous enlargement process on both geographical dimensions, Western Balkans region and EU Eastern neighbors. There is no competition between these two. The process is based on the own merits principle in advancing the reform process and in fulfilling the accession criteria. Therefore, we need to continue to advance both Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova European path by promoting the opening of the first negotiation cluster. It is important to keep the momentum in the accession process for our two partners that have demonstrated strong political will and the resoluteness to advance in this process. Thank you.
Conde Lopez.
The floor now goes to Mr. Conde Lopez. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you very much for Mr. State Secretary for providing a fresh image outlook on how we embark upon the path to enlargement. Enlargement has always provided us a great opportunity to make Europe even more European. And in these times, in the time of Russian aggression towards Ukraine, it becomes even more emphasized that we must include further members into the European Union. This requires commitment from all of us, not only for the sake of enlargement, but also for working together. Because we must end up for a merit-based and criteria-based enlargement. The fulfillment of criteria is very important, especially the Copenhagen criteria, but it's also very important that all member states of the European Union embark in the direction that direction and financial and economic integration must also be promoted. I do believe it is clear that enlargement and the accession of these countries is the objective that we must fulfill. We have also mentioned the commitment of society, to what extent the society turns toward the Union. In the circle of COSAC and the Commissioner, it has already been mentioned that we must maintain trust and confidence, and trust and confidence must be maintained from the societies. And if we enhance the cooperation of parliaments, that will serve the purposes of enhancing this confidence. Now, the head of the Maltese delegation gets the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Honourable Commission mentioned that prior to accession, people and candidate countries should appreciate the positive benefits. He mentioned gradual integration. That is very important, that we convince the peoples of the candidate countries that European Union is their best option, and we have to maintain momentum in this. But this is one side of the coin. The second side of the coin is the assurance of respect for human dignity, for equality, for respect for minorities, for respect against discrimination, rule of law as enshrined in Article 2 of the treaty and constantly upheld in the last years by the European Court of Justice. We have to ensure that there is equal treatment, objective criteria, obviously specific, sui generis to that particular country, and expedition. Expedition has become an obvious choice, expedition in the process. And in our parts, we say there is no security in Europe without security in the Mediterranean, but there is no security in Europe without security in the Western Balkans. As regards the last point mentioned by the State Secretary, the QMV procedure and the extension of the QMV procedure, I come from the smallest member state, and we have to address this issue with caution in respect to the principle of equality of states and the principle of sovereign state, which is a general principle of the European Union, of its peoples, and of the European Union law. Thank you for this opportunity.
Köszönöm szépen Zamit Luis úrnak a felszólalását, és
Thank you very much, Mr. Autto from Finland.
Honourable Chair, dear European friends, Finland supports the enlargement and emphasizes successful merit-based expansion. At the same time, we send a clear signal to Putin and all dictators about the right to choose for themselves. And we are happy that our European neighbors have chosen the European future. The European Union was founded as a peace project on the idea that economic interdependency and the prosperity brought to all by functioning internal markets would guarantee peace in our continent. I believe that EU enlargement promotes stability, democracy and prosperity throughout Europe. Finland is committed to supporting all candidate countries in their reform processes. At the same time, we emphasize the importance of reforming and strengthening the internal market and enhancing the EU's competitiveness. The right way to do so is to enable a level playing field and fair competition for all businesses without large government subsidies that we have seen to disturb the market during the last couple of years. Well-functioning internal market benefits both the current and the future member states.
Thank you very much. Madam Furtuma from Romania.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to emphasize the constant position of Romania supporting the expansion of the European Union towards our partners from the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnership, meaning all the 9 countries currently in the EU's formal accession process. We understand the enlargement as a political, economic, and security investment for the Union as a whole. The Romanian Chamber of Deputies supports the objectives of the new growth plan for the Western Balkans and its key component, namely the reform and growth facility for the Western Balkans. Building a stronger common market in the Western Balkans, as well as focusing on areas like infrastructure, energy, green and digital changes, education and training are very important for this development. We welcome the start of negotiations with Moldova and Ukraine in June this year. We support providing more substantial help to Moldova to fight against crime, to increase trade relations with Ukraine and Moldova, and for a better dialogue with candidate countries, including Turkey. We need to keep helping Ukraine and Moldova move toward joining the EU by starting the first round of negotiations. It is important to maintain progress for these 2 partners who have shown strong determination and commitment to this process. In conclusion, we think it is not enough to say that the door of the EU is open, but we need also take responsibility and support their path towards our union in any possible way. Thank you.
The French head of delegation, Mr. Kadek.
Oui, merci. J'espère que la traduction marche.
I hope that the interpretation is going to work this time. Distinguished chair, distinguished colleagues, the enlargement of the European Union is a bit like the Olympic Games. Before you get there, you have to do a lot of work and you have to overcome a lot of obstacles. The June decision in 2024 to actually give candidate status to Moldova, to Ukraine and Georgia. The question is, how can we progress? Of course, we should not allow Western Balkan countries who have been waiting for 20 years to be forgotten. Every country has to deliver on the Copenhagen criteria. But there's one thing I'd like to call your attention to, because the integrative ability of the European Union is also important. Reforms are important in the candidate countries, but the internal reforms of the European Union are also important. How can we provide unity for 30, 35 member states? How can we pursue cohesion policy, common agricultural policy? Financial Times, in one of its articles, wrote that the revenues of 9 countries, to take on 9 countries would mean an expenditure of 256 billion euros, which would lead to a substantial degree of reduced subsidies from the European Union because of this expenditure. So in order to do this, we still have a long way to do, a lot of things to do, so that we can really open the doors of the European Union wide to new member states and to profit together from this European welfare together. I hope translation was good this time. I call on the Austrian delegation.
Colleagues, it was already mentioned several times today that the enlargement is one of the most successful projects within the European Union. And as a member of the Federal Council of Austria, I fully support this enlargement process. With an incoming new European Commission and with a new European Parliament elected, it's time to act now. Like some of you in this beautiful room of the Hungarian Parliament, I was a member of the Conference of the Future of Europe. And in regard to the enlargement process, we had 2 findings. One was that the EU institutions has to be made fit for the enlargement, and the second finding was that the future member countries should also be fit for the accession. So if we deal with these two issues, I have the opinion that these two processes must be pursued in parallel, and that for the EU internal process, it's necessary that it will not become an obstacle to the enlargement process. So if we think on fitness programs, if we think on new institutions on the European side, and very engaged future countries to be members in the European Union, let's start the fitness program and let's start acting now.
And now the floor goes to Telmo Faria, the head of the Portuguese delegation.
Mr. President, thank you for receiving us so well and for the state of play by the Commissioner that I want to congratulate by his reappointment. I think this has a political meaning also about this issue of enlargement. Portugal sees enlargement with enthusiasm. Europe chose to be a continent of peace, but the war in Ukraine shows us and enlightens us that EU is our security area. Bringing European Union values further and far away will keep us more safe. I'd like to address two questions. To this presidency, what is the deadline for the new dynamics of enlargement? This process can be lengthy and unpredictable, marked by demands of external and internal reforms, but also by bilateral disputes that can delay negotiations. Second, going this presidency support a strategy with internal or institutional reforms like the previous process of enlargement with 10 candidates at once, like in 2004, or give support to a kind of a regatta system where all countries start at the same point but arrive at in different periods. Thank you.
Köszönöm szépen.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to the head of the Serbian delegation, Elvira Kovac.
Distinguished Chair, dear colleagues, as representative of Serbia National Assembly, but Hungarian from Vojvodina, I would like to deliver this speech in Hungarian. So you would need your headphones. Egyértelmű, hogy a bővítéspolitika.
It is clear that the enlargement policy is very important, and everything that we have heard from colleagues delivers the heartfelt thanks of those countries that are candidate states. Many of you mentioned Thessaloniki, many have mentioned the Western Balkans. It is indeed sad that the enlargement policy has once again been put on the agenda because the war broke out. At the same time, what we are discussing here, namely a merit-based procedure, is not valid in the case of Serbia. For 2.5 years, a single negotiation chapter or cluster has been opened, so not a single one has been opened due to political decisions. But I would like to remind everyone that the plan was that there would be an intergovernmental conference every year. But then the COVID-19 pandemic came upon us, and for various crises and problems, these conferences were not organized, and Serbia was forgotten. The last time the opening of a chapter was seen was after the amendment of the Constitution. And therefore, I'd like to deliver my heartfelt thanks to Commissioner Várhelyi. And I promise that even at the level of Parliament, that not only in the case of friendly countries, like for instance Italy and others, but that everyone will listen to Serbia's side of the coin and perhaps try to understand our option. Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Kaya Türk, the head of the delegation from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, with the war in Ukraine, EU has started historical steps towards the enlargement policy. Especially the decision to start negotiation with Bosnia-Herzegovina, and the official negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova are significant steps. For the sake of EU's own credibility, all the 10 members of enlargement should be given equal treatment. The EU also should stop considering Turkey as a competitor. Turkey is a candidate and eager to be the member as soon as possible, and the membership of Turkey to EU will have strength both for EU and Turkey. Unfortunately, some minor countries and decisions are saying that all the 10 countries should be given the chance for enlargement, but not Turkey. That is unfortunate. At the same time, EU should have a common goal that if EU want to be a stronger EU, they should have strong members like Turkey. Thank you very much.
Madam Kosaru from Moldova has the floor next.
Köszönöm szépen.
Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, enlargement of EU means bringing peace and security to neighboring countries. I visited colleagues in Kiev 2 weeks ago with 2 nights spent in Kiev under rocket alarms. And I will repeat the same message which I had at last COSAC meeting, that we need to support Ukraine in this brutal war started by Russian Federation and keep peace in Moldova and in Europe. So thank you very much for supporting Ukraine on this way. Moldova is under hybrid war with severe propaganda of Russia oriented against European integration in Moldova. A referendum on EU integration, which will be held in Moldova this October, will come to include the irreversibility of European integration in the constitution of Moldova. But this means that we need to count cyber attacks together, which affect not only Moldova, but the whole European continent, count propaganda, and communicate benefits of EU integration and EU enlargement together. Approximation of legislation, implementation of new legislation, implementation of economic growth plan and energy resilience sector is a homework to be done for the next years with rapid access to EU funds. So let us work together on these for a stronger Europe. And thank you very much for supporting Moldova and Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Köszönöm szépen.
Madam Klimpus-Tsindzadze from Ukraine.
Honorable Chair, distinguished colleagues, I really appreciate this dynamic discussion about the EU enlargement. We in Ukraine are very much welcoming the reinvigoration of the whole enlargement policy, both towards the Western Balkans and also towards the Eastern European countries like Ukraine and Moldova, and hopefully as well Georgia. We are also grateful that you decided to open the negotiations with Ukraine already on June 25 this year, and appreciate the Hungarian constructive position at that point. But I have to underline here that we are very worried and concerned about very disturbing statements that were made by Prime Minister Orban on Saturday, because he mentioned in his speech that Ukraine will never become the EU and NATO member because the EU will not have enough money for that. I want to remind you, colleagues, that it was the Russian Federation back in 2014 when it started this war that decided that it wants to have an upper hand on the Ukrainian sovereign decision to move on the European path. And I don't think that we have to play along with the Kremlin narrative again. And Ukraine is not a beggar. With Ukraine inside the EU, you will become much stronger. The EU geopolitically and geoeconomically will be a much more serious player. So moreover, Ukraine is interested to being a strong and capable player inside the EU, and that's why while bleeding, while fighting against the Russian aggression, we are continuing on the reform agenda in Ukraine to be able to ensure that our people are benefiting from this and that we are meeting the conditionalities of the EU membership. I think all of this is in our common interest. We will become stronger, more prosperous, more secure together. Thank you.
Madam Bochorishvili from the Georgian delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, we all agree that enlargement of the European Union is the only right response to the challenges we face today. Achieving this goal requires proper understanding of new geopolitical reality and dedication to the European idea. In this complicated environment, Georgia aspires to become an integral part of the area of peace, stability, and prosperity, and at the same time to add value to all this with its geopolitical advantages. Even one look at the map is enough to realize how many delicate issues we need to discuss together in order to reach the final goal. It is impossible to ignore the circumstances under which we are fighting to ensure stability in Georgia and to achieve undeniable success. Ongoing Russian occupation and its illegal military presence in 2 regions of Georgia, no security umbrella, and increased threats to peace and security requires our extraordinary efforts to ensure political stability in Georgia and economic development so that EU membership does not remain a distant dream for Georgian citizens, but to become a reality in the nearest future. Georgia has been a candidate country for the European Union since December last year, and we are grateful for this decision of the European Council and your support. But unlike other candidate countries, we are still waiting for the decision of the European Union regarding the opening of the negotiation process. We need to take first step without any delay and start discussions on important issues for our mutual benefits and for the success of European integration and European enlargement, which is essential for European security and prosperity. Thank you.
Mr. Zdraskovsky from Northern Macedonia.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I will begin with a phrase from Roma Declaration. The European Union started as a dream of few, it became a hope of many. Today, we can say that the Union, which was a dream, has grown into a hope and will be a reality for us only if it remains true to its essence, Europeanization, as a process of metamorphosis of Europe. In this context, I will add that the enlargement is one of the most powerful instruments of EU policy. It serves EU strategic interests in stability, security, and conflict prevention. We, as a countries of Western Balkans, have an obligation to make sustainable and essential reforms, because for us there is no other alternative than full membership in the European Union. I would like to thank Hungary for continuous support of our country, but please give us a chance and real essential support. First, to reach Copenhagen and Maastricht criteria, not only declarative as it was until now. Thank you for your attention.
Madam Krasniqi from Kosovo.
Thanks, Chair. Dear MPs, regarding the EU expansion towards the Western Balkans, we are hopeful that the President Ursula von der Leyen's second term will open a new chapter for Kosovo and entire the region. President von der Leyen has pledged that completing the EU with our region is moral, political, and geostrategic imperative. This hope that mainly derives from anticipated investment and reforms under the growth plan for the Western Balkans. However, the EU has often applied double standards in its approach to Kosovo compared to other countries. Kosovo has been subjected to EU measures for nearly a year following a Serbian terrorist aggression in northern Kosovo. While the terrorist responsible for killing a Kosovo policeman remains still at large in Serbia. Therefore, there should be increased pressure on Serbia to extradite the terrorist and resume dialogue with Kosovo to normalize neighbor relations. This year, the EU made a determined decision for Kosovo and its citizens by allowing movement with the Schengen area with documents issued by parallel Serbian structures in Kosovo. This decision contradicts the progress that Kosovo has achieved over many years and affects the disintegration of the Serbs in Kosovo. Today, like never before, Kosovo urgently needs the lift of measures imposed by the European Union. The Republic of Kosovo is multi-ethnic society, democratically governed, and fully committed to EU and NATO integration. Kosovo fully accepts and supports the EU integration and also supports the Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Milan Rading as the full member of the Serbian delegation.
To thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak to the colleagues here in Budapest. I'm really glad that from many of you I heard about merit-based process in the accession process of the Western Balkans countries. I would like to reiterate what my colleague and fellow Ms. Kovac said, that I hope that that means that we are looking to opening Cluster 3, which was green-lighted by the EU Commission more than 3 years ago. So that would be a nice and welcome change. Also, when we are talking about merit-based process, in the Western Balkans especially, I would like to remind you that the agreement about the association of Serb municipalities in Kosovo and Metohija region was signed in Brussels more than 11 years ago. It was signed by EU as well, and EU is guarantor of that process. And association of Serbian municipalities will be the only thing which would stop the current creeping ethnic cleansing which is going on in Kosovo and Metohija region. So we hope that EU will stick to its guns on this one. I would like also to remind you that Serbia is fully committed to the nearshoring and new supply chains of the EU, that we are working together with our European partners and friends on this, and that we are fully strategically embracing European Union with this one. Also, I would like to ask one thing of you. Please remember that although countries which are in a accession process are not full members of the EU, of course, we would like at least to be treated different than the third countries, which can be seen mostly in the CBAM and similar initiatives. Thank you very much.
Up next is Mr. Subotic, head of the Montenegrin delegation.
Dear Chairman, dear members of the presiding committee, dear colleagues, again, I would like to thank you for putting the enlargement so high on your agenda and your priorities list, as well as to thank you for the growth plan that's going to be instituted for the Western Balkan countries. I'm here from Montenegro to tell you from a country that's made big strides towards its EU membership, which all culminated in June by receiving a positive EBAR, positive interim benchmark assessment report, which was the first for us and first for the EU Commission. This only gave us more wind into our back, and we're following our European agenda, and we really hope to be the next member country. I'm here just to send you a good message from the Montenegrin Parliament and tell you that the EU enlargement is the highest point of our political agenda in Montenegro and a point of consensus of all political parties. Once being said, it's always good to remind you of the percentages. 80% of the population in Montenegro and 100% of the deputies in the national parliament support the idea of EU enlargement, and this is a wonderful message I can share with all of you. I would like to use this time to congratulate our Eastern partners also. Some of them opened the negotiations, some of them got the status of the candidate countries, and we really hope to see Western Balkans and the rest of the Europe being a part of this large and beautiful EU family. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A member of the Turkish delegation, Mr. Karayel, gets the floor next. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair.
The EU accession process continues to be a strategic priority for Turkey. We are ready to work for enhancing our relations, but we need meaningful and concrete steps to pave the way for advancing our relations. We expect the EU's support for overcoming the political obstacles fundamentally affecting Turkey-EU relations, including the reversal of measures taken by the Council against Turkey on July 15, 2019. We need all structural mechanisms and established dialogues between Turkey and the EU to be operational again. We expect the EU to endorse and implement the recommendations of the joint communication. We are determined to enhance our relations based on the concrete and mutual beneficial proposals. We stand ready to work with the EU based on the following points: the resumption of the Accession Council and Accession Committee and the high-level dialogue on politics, economy, energy, and transport, which we note with satisfaction is already included in the Hungarian Presidency program. Starting the formal negotiations for the update of the customs union. We also count on Hungary in this regard. We believe that the Hungarian presidency of the Council of the EU will be positive for Turkey-EU relations. And one interesting point is all the candidates and other countries here are complaining about double standards and asking for equal and fair merit-based treatment. That's interesting. Thank you.
Bosnia-Herzegovina.
And now Mr. Čosić from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Poštovani gospodine predsjedavajući, poštovane gospođe I gospodo.
Dear Chair, ladies and gentlemen.
Mislim da je dobro da na ovom sastanku razgovaramo o statusu I uređenosti zemalja Zapadnog Balkana, to jest istočnog susjedstva Europske unije.
It's important to discuss this meeting the future and the status of the Western Balkans and the Eastern neighborhood countries.
Jer ovo pitanje nije važno samo za zemlje regije, nego uvjeren sam isto tako da je važno za stabilnost I sigurnost cijelog europskog kontinenta.
This topic is not only important for the stability of the region, but also for the entire European continent.
Nadam se da će Bosna I Hercegovina u narednom razdoblju napraviti značajan napredak u implementaciji preporuka iz listopada 2022. godine, te da će dobiti pregovarački okvir I započeti pregovore za članstvo u Europskoj uniji.
I hope Bosnia and Herzegovina will accomplish certain progress in implementation of recommendations from October 2022 and finally have the negotiation framework and start the negotiations process.
Kao što je poznato, Bosna I Hercegovina je učinila značajan napredak, ali isto smo tako svjesni da su pred nama još mnogi izazovi. Pritom mislim na opću političku stabilnost kao I na vladavinu prava, a to su pitanja koja podrazumijevaju zajedničke napore I usklađenost rada kako Europske unije, tako I zemlje kandidata.
As you know, Bosnia and Herzegovina has done a lot, but we also know there is a lot still ahead of us. First of all, considering political stability and the rule of law.
Još jedanput zahvaljujem svima koji predano rade na ovim važnim ciljevima za našu zajedničku bolju budućnost.
Once again, I would thank you all who are jointly contributing to a better joint future, European future. Thank you.
And as last speaker, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Hans-Peter Portman from Switzerland.
Colleagues, parliamentarians, and dear friends of Hungary, each enlargement of the EU affects also Switzerland. Switzerland pays different prices for the market access. For example, we host close to 2 million EU citizens. We invest in infrastructure, we invest in education, we invest in our social system, and The 2 million are about 1/4 of our population. We also founding in the cohesion, and Hungary is our 3rd largest receiver of cohesions. As you know, we are in negotiating to update our bilateral contracts. And the Swiss people will really go into details what will be again or still the advantage of being accessing in the market. And the bureaucracy and the over-regulation in the EU market is killing our small and mid-sized companies. And you can see that the big economies in the EU are on its way down. And I have it with my colleague from Austria. Yes, please focus on the fitness program of the EU. Don't focus on the appetite of the global power, of the geopolitical global power. Go back in our history when we colonized the whole world and we still pay for it. This is the wrong way what Europe can do. This could damage our continent. So we will, in a good willness, we will also take over our responsibility. When you enlarge your EU, we will follow it, we will take our responsibility, but we need an attractive EU market and not a damaged economy in this continent. Thank you very much.
Thanking you all for your activity, I'd now like to ask State Secretary Staroi, also noting the passage of time, to briefly respond to questions that have been asked and not responded yet.
Well, thank you very much. I know it's not very popular to be the last obstacle between you and lunchtime, but I will try to be very short and crispy. There were so many things introduced into this exchange of views. They are all relevant. I don't have the time to cover everything, but I would like to react to some of these because they are really important for us too. So first of all, I think it was the European Parliament's representative who raised the rule of law and the importance of fundamental rights. This is all important for all of us. There is no difference on that. Sometimes the problem is that there is no definition of what is rule of law. And there are individual national solutions legally in each and every system. So I think we have to take into account that those individual specialties in the different countries. But we all base our activity and our policies on the treaties, and I think that's the baseline for everybody. Now, the Belgian representative mentioned the small countries, yes, and also Malta, I think. The small countries have to be careful in this game because the EU needs renewal, that's clear, but that renewal should not diminish or limit the rights of individual member states because the EU is based on the sovereign equality of the member states, clearly. We agree with the idea that Montenegro could become a good example for all the other candidate countries. Small is beautiful, that means it's easy to integrate. And I think we should demonstrate this good example through Montenegro's earliest accession to the Union. Now, yes, the German representative mentioned that the Georgian law on transparency is a problem, and it was mentioned by other colleagues too. We have a slightly different view on that because, I mean, this law is about protecting the country's electoral system against external intrusion or interference. I think that's a legitimate thing. The way how you do that can be disputed. But to have more transparency in the area of foreign support, foreign interference with the elections, that's important. And in many other areas, Georgia is a frontrunner if you compare it with other candidate countries. So I think we should not focus this debate only on this single issue, because it's not fair with Georgia. We should look at the whole picture and then continue the accession process also with Georgia.
it was anyway a mistake not to invite Georgia at the same time together with Moldova and Ukraine, because, I mean, they are in the same group geographically. Croatian representative mentioned the gradual integration. Yes, we agree with gradual integration because it makes easier for the candidate country to get involved. It gives a lot of benefits, or will give a lot of benefits to these countries. And it also prepares the Union better for the absorption of the candidate countries and of the absorption of the new member states. And I think because of that, it's a good idea. There's only one thing, one reservation. Gradual integration should not be an excuse for not integrating fully the candidate countries. And I think that's equally important. I agree with one of the Italian interventions that we have to listen to the candidate countries, we have to meet the candidate countries, we need to have a better understanding of these countries, and then I think we can do more together and we can be more successful in the enlargement process. I refer to the intervention of Mr. Péter Balassa, who is an opposition member of the Hungarian parliament, and I think his intervention was a very good proof of how large and how wide the consensus in the Hungarian political life is about enlargement. And I think that's also important because at the end of the day, it will be the national parliaments who will decide upon the candidate countries, and we will need the support of each and every member state's parliament. Elvira Kovács from Serbia, Hungarian minority politician, welcome. And I agree that it's a paradox situation that we have been arguing for a geopolitical approach on enlargement for 20 years. Not too many listen to us, actually. And then it is the war in Ukraine, the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, that triggered a new geopolitical approach and made enlargement a new priority. I think this should have happened much earlier, but now at least there is a focus on enlargement. We welcome that. And it's also very important that performance is rewarded by us. As I said in my intervention before, it's a merit-based process, so we have to open that cluster 3 with Serbia. On the Turkish interventions, clearly we need equal treatment. That's why Turkey is here, and we try to engage Turkey during our presidency because we have to listen to everybody who has a candidate status. And I hope that Turkey too can make progress on the path of enlargement. I listened carefully to Madame Klimpusz-Kintzadze's intervention from Ukraine. I think it's important that the EU has to look at how it can absorb the new member states and what will be the institutional and other effect of enlarging. And everybody, of course, has to be prepared, so everybody has to be able to perform on the conditionality. We are looking forward to that. That's why Hungary supported the candidate status for Ukraine. Although you are under aggression, you are in a war, but still it's without example to have a candidate country in such a situation. But Hungary supported your candidate status, and we also supported opening accession talks, and we also supported accepting the negotiating framework. So there we are now. I think now it's up to Ukraine to make progress in the future. We hope Macedonia can do the next steps too, and Hungary is supporting you not only in communication but also in deeds and in practice. By the way, we Hungarians have sent ambassadorial level experts to each and every candidate country in the Western Balkans to support, to be embedded into the relevant ministries and to support the local experts and the local politicians in their preparation for membership. And I think that's a good example for others too. And finally, I will close my remarks here. I apologize if I couldn't reflect to each and every intervention and each and every thought, but I think it's time to have lunch. And welcome once again, and thank you for this very interesting exchange of views. Thank you.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim!
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we are coming to the end of our deliberations today. We have put some of the issues that would indeed shape the future of the European Union on the agenda for today's meeting. The cornerstone of our presidency priorities include the EU's competitiveness and the adaptation of the internal market to a changing world order. And for the future of the EU and the continent, EU enlargement remains a job unfinished. The big question is whether the next European Commission will see the accession of a new member or members during its mandate, and whether the Schengen area can finally be enlarged. In any case, Commissioner Oliver Várhelyi has done his utmost in recent years to make substantive and merit-based progress on these issues. These two priorities alone underpin our presidency motto, "Let's make Europe great again." This can mean both a stronger and a more resilient Europe economically and for more member states. Once again, I thank our speakers for their personal participation, and I thank in particular COSAC delegations and my fellow MPs for their personal presence at this opening event of the Parliamentary Dimension of the Presidency. Dialogue is always the best tool, especially in difficult times. As a Hungarian proverb says, a smile is the shortest path between two people. I trust that my fellow MPs will find their stay in Budapest full and useful, and such that contains memorable moments, and will look back on the time they spent here with fond memories. I hereby announce that the 72nd COSAC plenary session will take place between the 27th and 29th of October 2024 here in Parliament. Therefore, I hope to see you again in 3 months. At the same time, I would like to thank the interpreters and our colleagues, staff members, for their help in preparing and implementing today's meeting. And finally, I would cordially invite you to the nearby Hunter's Room, where a buffet lunch shall be served. Bon appétit to everyone, and God bless you.